Chapter 61, Scuffle. Chapter 61, Scuffle. Translator, Zayamoj. Yang Feng willed. Scan this person's information. Dolly, basic attributes. Strength 2.1, agility 1.9, physique 2.5, spirit 1.4. Bloodline, human. Soul aptitude, inferior level 2. General evaluation. Classified as a level 3 lifeform. Evolution potential, small. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose, and he mused delightedly. What a weak guy. Ordinary people are just that. Even though Dolly looked tall, sturdy, strong, and majestic, and looked far more deterring than Yang Feng's group of 7. However, his was far too weak when compared to Yang Feng's group of people. If it was just before he transmigrated, Yang Feng could never defeat a brawny man like Dolly. But now, even with a hand tied behind his back, Yang Feng could easily beat Dolly. Go to hell, you lowlife. There was a fierce glint in his eyes. Lightning fast, Truck stood up and punched Dolly in the abdomen with a frightening force, and the 100-kilogram heavy Dolly was blasted away by a dozen or so meters and knocked down numerous chairs. After the built like a bear, Dolly crumpled on the ground. He spurted out a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of viscera and dropped dead. Dead. Dolly was killed with one punch from that guy. Knight. That guy is a knight rank expert. No. Great knight. He's a great knight. The adventurers in the tavern clamored, and their gazes filled with fear and dread fell on Trucks. Dolly's companions exchanged a look, and their eyes flickered with anger. But after Trucks swept them with a glance, they lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. They immediately paid their bill and left. The tavern was located in the scope of the obscure mountain range. Here, the truth lied within your fists, and fights and scuffles were a day-to-day occurrence. People without strength, if they die, they die. Adventurers were generally below the knight rank. Against a great knight rank expert, even if all the adventurers in the tavern attacked together, they would still be massacred. The bartender's eyes flashed with an enigmatic glint, and he frowned. With a panic-stricken expression, a half-blood rabbit man maid arrived in front of Yang Feng and his party's table and said timidly, "Excuse me, sirs and ladies, you broke some tables and chairs." Trucks revealed an evil smile, stared at the maid, and spoke eerily. "What? You want me to pay for them?" No. The maid's face was ashen. Her petite body shivered, and her voice trembled. Pierre uttered lightly, "We'll give you that guy's corpse. His weapons and leather armor should be enough to pay for our meals and accommodation, and it should still be enough to cover for the tables and chairs we broke." Unlike Yang Feng, Pierre didn't have a large amount of resources at his disposal. The resources he spent to promote to a level 3 Apprentice Warlock were obtained from braving numerous dangers. Consequently, he possessed rich adventuring experience. Without the Mechanical Legion, 10 Yang Fengs might not be the opponent of Pierre, who has promoted to a level 3 Apprentice Warlock step by step and experienced numerous fights. But with the Mechanical Legion, even 10,000 Pierres weren't Yang Feng's match. "Thank you." The half-blood rabbit man heaved a sigh of relief, then said a sentence of gratitude and withdrew at once. Several strong men emerged from the rear of the tavern, and then dragged Dolly's corpse away and disappeared. Half-blood rabbit man maids walked in and skillfully dealt with the mess. Before long, the interior of the tavern had its usual appearance restored. However, the adventurers were much quieter now, and their gazes swept towards Trucks from time to time. After eating a little, Yang Feng and his party went to their respective rooms to rest. At night, in the cellar of the tavern, dim candlelight illuminated the cellar. In the cellar, there were 3 people sitting at a table. One of them was the rather handsome bartender. Another was an ugly and fearsome-looking middle-aged man with a strange tumor growing from his head. And the last one was an old man dressed in black clothes, with wrinkled, discolored skin and old spots on his face. The old man whispered in a hoarse voice, "Gilels, are you sure that those 5 are Apprentice Warlocks?" Gilels's eyes flashed with aversion, and he responded, "There's no mistake, Sir Graham. The smell of Apprentice Warlock's life force. I can sense it from several kilometers away. They disguise themselves as adventurers, So they must be plotting something serious. Graham's eyes flickered with puzzlement, and he uttered, "How come there are apprentice warlocks here? This place is barren and full of dangers. There's basically nothing for them to gain. Could it be that they've uncovered my lord's plans?" Graham's gaze fell onto a golden statue in the cellar and his heart jumped up, and he whispered. In the middle of the cellar stood a statue of a freak with 3 heads, a wolf head, a human head, and a tiger head. The freak had a robust orc-like body, long claws on its feet and hands, a pair of wings on its back, and a scorpion tail. Looking alive, the statue's eyes moving from time to time and shimmered with a savage and treacherous gleam, coldly watching the 3 people in the cellar. fruyubavel.cm. The middle-aged man with a strange tumor growing from his head gave a sinister smile. His killing intent stirred, and he spoke, "Graham, let's just kill them. Trifling apprentice warlocks. Even if they die, it won't arouse too much attention." Graham shook his head and said, "No, they might have not uncovered my lord's plans. The means of apprentice warlocks are treacherous and formidable. You can't act. Otherwise, if we're exposed, it will spoil my lord's plans. By then, even if you died 10,000 times, you still won't be able to redeem yourself." Gilels whispered, "Sir Graham, Dolly was killed by those people. Dolly was a member of the Black Crows. We could instigate the Black Crows to act against them and probe them." Graham spoke flatly, "All right, Gilels, it's up to you then. As long as you handle this properly, then after my lord comes to this world, your contribution won't be forgotten. As long as you are loyal and devoted as well as have some contributions, the mighty lord will certainly bestow upon you great power and tremendous wealth." Gilels responded some excitement. "Yes, Sir Graham. Arad latest chapters at freewebnovuel.com only." The statue of a freak watched what was happening in the cellar with cold indifference, and a look of ridicule appeared in the abyss of its eyes. Then, its eyes turned and regained their ruthless, callous, and powerful appearance. Graham glanced at the mechanical grandfather clock and said flatly, "It's time, Gilels." "Yes, Sir Graham." With a look of excitement in his eyes, Gilels got up, went towards a corner of the cellar, and opened a sack, inside which was a young woman with her mouth covered by a tape. The girls looked fearfully at him and squirmed. Chapter 62, Encirclement. Chapter 62, Encirclement. Translator, Xuanhuan. Gilels gave a sinister smile, tore off the tape from the girl's mouth, picked up a pig-butchering knife, and stabbed the girl mercilessly. The painful and mournful screams of the girl echoed in the cellar. Graham and Lek looked at that cruel scene excitedly. The eyes of the golden statue of a freak turned. Strange and cruel fluctuations of power pervaded the cellar. Under the influence of the queer and cruel fluctuations of power, the eyes of Gilels's group of 3 became red, looking completely different from those of humans. The screams persisted for a while before stopping abruptly. Grasping the still beating heart in his hand, Graham's lifted it high and presented it to the golden statue of a freak. "Mighty Lord, please enjoy the offering of your humble believer. May your glory envelop the countless plains." The golden statue of a freak diffused a red radiance. As if came to life, it bit the still beating heart and swallowed it. Of the 3 heads of the golden statue of a freak, the human head revealed a satisfied expression, and its eyes released 2 beams of red light reeking of blood that shrouded Graham. Illuminated by the red light, Graham's body trembled in his eyes, revealing a look of delight, and formidable fluctuations of power emitted from his aged body. The wrinkles and old spots on his face diminishing by a bit. Gilels's eyes flashed with jealousy and envy. As far as he knew, Graham's has been alive for nearly 200 years. Apart from warlocks, it was the first that Gilels has seen someone who lived that long. With the allure of a long lifespan and formidable power, he also chose to believe in this formidable being from another plane. Following the main road leading to the obscure mountain range, Yang Feng's group of 7 continuously advanced while riding demonic wildebeests. "Show yourselves. I've already discovered you." Before a narrow valley, Yang Feng suddenly pulled the reins. He swept the two small hills at either side of the valley with a glance, and his eyes flashed with a touch of ridicule. Pierre's eyes flashed with a touch of dignity as he waved his hand. Trux and the others also pulled the reins and seized their advance, their eyes flashing with a touch of vigilance. The two sides of the valley were still extremely quiet, without any response. Anya took out a small bag from her chest area. She opened it and a fist-sized variant dragonfly flew out. She silently recited an incantation, pointed at the variant dragonfly, and a cyan radiance shrouded the variant dragonfly. That variant dragonfly flapped its wings and quickly flew towards one of the small hills. Fuck! They're Apprentice Warlocks. Everybody out. Don't stay hidden. On the small hill, a tall and sturdy man wearing a headscarf, with a fierce appearance and holding a scimitar, the man cursed at his subordinates and told them to immediately reveal themselves. All of a sudden, 200-odd warriors emerged from both sides of the valley. They were fully armed and dressed on leather armor. FREOWebnovel.com. The tall and sturdy man wearing a headscarf and holding a scimitar looked at Yang Feng's group of 7 with cold indifference and said in a chilly voice, "I'm Tex, the second commander of Black Crows. Apprentice Warlocks, you murdered Dolly, a member of our Black Crows. Hand over 20 magic stones and we'll let this matter slide. Otherwise, you'll have to stay here forever." Among those 200-odd warriors, 100-odd of them were armed with crossbows. Those crossbows were outstanding military weapons. 10 crossbows were enough to kill a knight-rank expert. The 100-odd crossbows had enough power to kill an apprentice warlock. Black Crows was considered a relatively large power in this area, as they were able to secure those 100-odd extremely precious crossbows. A small power simply couldn't get their hands on them. Even though Tex was very cautious, he still chose a compromise. He would speak as long as there was a justification, otherwise, he was also unwilling to be enemies with a small adventurers party with apprentice warlocks. Mortals, such ants actually dare to act against us. All of you will die. Trux had a sinister grin. He reached out towards his back and gave a light tap. A stream of magic radiance glimmered. The enormous copper chest on his back opened and a set of steel armor weighing more than 100 kg quickly covered his whole body, turning him into an enormous armored person. Update D from frubnov.com. Streams of magic radiance flashed on Trux's body. His figure slashed and immediately rushed like a heavy tank towards the tall and sturdy man. The direction in which Trux practiced cultivation was that of a body-tempering warlock. Under the blessing of all kinds of level 0 spells, the strength of his body may even compare to that of some of the small and weak official warlock rank extraordinary life forms. The bolts! Tex's complexion twisted and he shouted. The 100-odd warriors with crossbows pulled their triggers in succession and dense rain of bolts was shot at Trux. Those crossbow bolts that could penetrate the armor of an ordinary knight shot at Trux. They directly pierced through his armor, giving off the impression of a hedgehog. Under that rain of countless bolts, in several breaths, Trux rushed into the middle of the crowd, brandishing a 2m-long claymore and easily killing 2 Black Crows members. Black Crows members quickly encircled Trux and charged at him while employing a variety of weapons, yet his armor directly withstood the charge. Afterwards, Trux gave a backhand slash and chopped people into pieces. Anya's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of a treacherous glint. She took out a fist-sized honeycomb from a pouch. She silently recited an incantation, pointed towards the fist-sized honeycomb, and a stream of green radiance immediately entered the honeycomb. The fist-sized honeycomb suddenly swelled up and became bucket-sized one after another. Highly toxic huge hornets flew out from the honeycomb. They formed a small cloud and immediately flew towards the Black Crows members. That cloud of highly toxic huge hornets swarmed the Black Crows members one after another. A large number of Black Crows members were stung on their exposed body parts and immediately tumbled to the ground. They struggled to get up while under the extreme pain. Arcane projectiles. Yang Feng flicked his finger. A volley of arcane projectiles immediately shot out and blasted at a Black Crow's member, leaving a cavity in his chest. He was shot to the ground and immediately died. During the last 2 years, Yang Feng had been always focused on promoting his rank as an apprentice warlock in terms of offensive spells. He merely mastered one. It was the most simple and the most commonly used arcane projectiles. Although his rank as an apprentice warlock was high, Yet in terms of means, he might not compare to Anya, a mere level 2 apprentice warlock rank. Pierre observed with cold indifference. He still hadn't acted but was rather saving his strength, ready to cope with possible mishaps at a moment's notice. Ina was also continuously casting the most simple level 0 spell arcane projectiles, killing Black Crow's members one at a time. Chapter 63, A Strange Change. Chapter 63, A Strange Change. Translator, Xuanhuan. For Apprentice Warlocks. Fuck. How come they have so many freaks? When Tex saw this scene, his eyes flashed with a touch of despair. He clenched his teeth and immediately turned around to flee. After the rest of Black Crow's warriors saw their second commander fleeing, they also turned around and abandoned their companions, fleeing towards the hills on both sides of the valley. The 200-odd fully armed warriors suffered a crushing defeat against 5 apprentice warlocks. This was precisely the terror of apprentice warlocks in this world. The reason why warlocks, this select group of people, were at the pinnacle of and ruled over this world, was because they held the most formidable power in this world. On the ground, the bodies of several dozens of Black Crow's members were left, as well as 30-odd Black Crow's warriors were stung by the highly toxic swarm of hornets, and their heads were extremely swollen. Mercy! Don't kill me! Save me! I am willing to be your slave. Up.dfrmfreewebnovel.com. Those Black Crow's warriors were pleading loudly one by one. Go to hell! Go to hell! Go to hell! Trux laughed malevolently, brandished his claymore as if stamping ants, killing those Black Crow's warriors. Yang Feng watched as Trux was stamping those Black Crow's warriors. He creased slightly his eyebrows and didn't say a word. They were going towards the obscure mountain range. Naturally, they couldn't bring that burden along. Additionally, these Black Crow's warriors were the scum that came from other places. Death is not enough to pity them. Pierre then dismounted his mount, one by one going through the belongings, cleaning all of the valuables of those Black Crow's warriors. Pierre felt comfortable as he said with a smile. A group of paupers. They only had 103 gold coins on them. The crossbows, weapons, and leather armor are relatively more valuable. They could be sold for approximately 3,000 gold coins. We have 5 people. Each person can get 600 gold coins. Crossbows could deal with knight rank experts. No matter which state supervised such strategic weapons, their price would definitely be very costly. Within this obscure mountain range's sphere of influence, selling those crossbows wouldn't be a problem. Trux licked his lips and said with some excitement, "Truly not bad, such morons should come by more often." Yang Feng looked quietly from the side. He was somewhat moved within. That's the life of low-level apprentice warlocks without a backing. For a little bit of resources, they would desperately kill to wrest away some treasures. The revenue of a few magic stones would make them elated and excited. If I hadn't defeated Fernandro family and obtained a large amount of war reparations, and if 3796 didn't have the ability to synthesize elixirs, perhaps I'd be like them and move all over the place for some resources. Then it would be impossible for me to have been promoted to a level 3 apprentice warlock at this point. Resources were all-powerful when on the warlock path. As long the resources were sufficient, then even a waste could be groomed into a peerless expert. Without resources, even if one had a peerless talent, one would slowly become mediocre and ultimately be reduced to a mortal. Warlock College Antalya would admit 1,000 elite students every year, but within the college, only around a dozen people could be promoted to official warlocks every year. A lot of gifted apprentice warlocks, because there weren't enough resources, missed the most appropriate age to promote to apprentice warlocks, so they couldn't help but spend their lives as level 3 apprentice warlocks. Pierre said lightly, "Let's go." Yang Feng's party immediately left this place. They walked towards a distant location. 10 days later, at night, within obscure mountain range, deep under a cliff, before an enormous subterranean crevice, there stood 7 people. They were precisely Yang Feng and his party. Anya pointed towards the enormous subterranean crevice. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of excitement. "Here is the entrance to the Gloom Cave's ruins. Let's wait until the moonlight shines on this crevice. That's when the gate to Gloom Cave will open." Pierre and the others also stared at the enormous subterranean crevice, their eyes flashing with a touch of excitement. Warlock groups during the age of the Third Warlock dynasty were far more formidable than those in the modern time. At that time, an intermediate warlock group had the ability to cross planes and capture formidable extraordinary life forms from different planes as well as research on them. At that time, an intermediate warlock group could single-handedly and without much effort annihilate Tyrannid subcontinent's 6 great warlock groups. Such formidable warlock groups, as long as some remnant items were well preserved, they could then be sold for a sky-high price in Tyrannid subcontinent. Yang Feng gave the enormous crevice a glance. He narrowed his eyes mischievously and laughed gently. Sorry, I changed my mind. I currently do not want to go in and explore. How about this, you go ahead, then after you come out, I'll use magic stones to trade with you and buy the items that you find there. Inna, whose performance was ordinary throughout the journey, her complexion suddenly underwent a great change and she shouted loudly, What are you talking about? Yang Feng, are you playing with us? Anya's complexion had similarly a slight change. She retreated by a few steps and took out a red crystal. Pierre and Trux, the two of them also felt a great shock. Their complexions underwent great changes. They fell back by a few steps, stared at Yang Feng as their eyes were brimming with uncertainty. Pierre's mind swirled, his face filled with a touch of dignity. His eyes moved towards Inna and Anya. He glanced in their directions and said coldly, What's the matter? Yang Feng, have you discovered something? Yang Feng looked at Pierre with some appreciation and said with a slight laugh, Pierre, your senses are really keen. If you keep listening and become aware of too many secrets, then you might die. I'm still quite appreciative of you. Leave now as there still is a chance for you to living. After you to survive this ordeal, you can go look for me at Steel City. I'll let you become my subordinate. Trux had a puzzled expression. He glared at Yang Feng, eyes flashing with a touch of malice as he said fiercely, In the end, what are you talking about? Yang Feng, why do you want to withdraw from exploring the ruins? Speak. If that's the case, then I'll take my leave. Amidst his mind turning lightning fast, Pierre made a decision. He gnashed his teeth and then bowed slightly in salute towards Yang Feng. He then cautiously and solemnly retreated on the path that they used to come here. Pierre's experience in adventures was very rich simultaneously. His senses were also very keen. He felt that something was amiss, so he left decisively. This was also an important factor for him, surviving a lot of dangerous adventures. Suddenly, Inna's pretty face distorted greatly, and she screamed at the retreating Pierre beside her. Pierre, don't leave. Kill him. As long as you kill him, I can give you the level 1 spell model warping force field. Additionally, I'll give you the elixir, Century Tree Heart Sap, necessary for promoting to an official level 1 warlock. Trux, kill him. As long as you can kill him, then I'll also provide you with necessary resources for promoting to a level 1 warlock. When Trux heard that, his heart was stirred, looking at Yang Feng. His eyes flashed with a touch of greed and his hands extended towards the copper chest, wrapping the secret treasure suit of armor on his back. freewebvl.com. Pierre stared at Inna with a cold indifference. An ice-cold killing intent diffused from his body. Step aside. I don't want to be hunted down by Steel City's city master because of this bit resource. Inna, step aside. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Inna felt Pierre's killing intent. Her pretty face paled and she hurriedly retreated to the side. She was extremely clear about Pierre's personality. Once he made a decision, even if it was her who obstructed his way, he would definitely get rid of her. Chapter 64, Three-Headed Human-Faced Cat. Chapter 64, Three-Headed Human-Faced Cat. Translator, Xuanhuan. Truly a cunning guy. When did you discovered me? At this moment, accompanied by a sweet voice, dressed in a silver-white, low-cut warlock robe with a silver thread on the cuffs, with golden waterfall-like long hair, as if a goddess straight from a fairy tale, a beautiful woman smiled and slowly walked out from the thicket. Respectful greetings, Teacher Eunice. Pierre looked at the goddess-like beauty. A bitter taste in his mouth, traces of a foreboding welled up in his heart, yet he still forced himself and bowed in salute towards Eunice. New novel chapters are published on freewebvl.com. Respectful greetings, Teacher Eunice. Except for Yang Feng, The other three people also respectfully bowed in salute towards Eunice. The gap in status between an apprentice warlock and an official warlock was extremely wide. Any apprentice warlock whose manners lacked with regards to an official warlock, that wouldn't be a trivial accusation. Eunice stared at Yang Feng with a smile that wasn't a smile and said, "Yang Feng, you have some nerve. You even dare not to bow in salute towards me. With that, I can expel you out of the college." Yang Feng said peacefully, "Gloom Cave was a trap, wasn't it? There are no ancient ruins in this crevice. Only layers upon layers of danger. If I go in, then I'll die 9 out of 10 times. Teacher Eunice, I was always curious, in the end, where and how did I offend you? What is your reason for wanting to get rid of me?" Eunice's smile disappeared. Her pretty face became somewhat twisted. Her beautiful eyes flashed with loathing and contempt, and she sneered. "Because you are Steel City's city master Yang Ye's only kin. My little darling Jessica is very disgusted by you. As long as I'm able to get rid of you, she'd definitely be very happy. Furthermore, as long as I kill you, then your little sister Xuanhuan would be in my pocket. That beautiful angel-like lass is not someone that a waste like yourself is worthy of. If a waste like yourself stayed by her side, it would only tarnish her beauty." It was a lesbian's jealousy. Yang Feng suddenly became somewhat speechless. He didn't imagine that it was because Eunice was jealous of him for staying by Xuanhuan's side and therefore wanted to kill him. Warlocks possessed far longer lifespans than ordinary people. They also held formidable power. They were the pinnacle of existence in this world. It was precisely because of this that the difference between warlocks was also very large. Some warlocks' lives were extremely extravagant. They became corrupted and depraved. In order to enjoy themselves, it doesn't matter what kind of taboos, they would dare to violate them. Some strange human-like life forms were birthed because of the union between human warlocks and other extraordinary life forms, resulting in some strange freaks. Among warlocks, homosexuality wasn't a rare occurrence. Additionally, the means of warlocks were peculiar. Some warlocks were even capable of change their gender. There were even strange existences among warlocks that also could continuously alternate between being male or female, being attracted to both men and women alike. The community of warlocks, in ordinary people's eyes, it was relatively the most perverted community. Yang Feng's eyebrows creased slightly and he said in a deep voice, "You actually dare to kill me. Could it be that you're not afraid of the retaliation from my backer? That is, Steel City and its 10,000-strong mechanical golem legion?" Eunice's eyes flashed with a touch of ridicule as she sneered. "You really think that your Steel City's 10,000-strong mechanical golem legion is very strong? In front of our Warlock College Antalya, your 10,000 knight rank mechanical golems practically couldn't even withstand a single blow. Only if the fighting strength of those 10,000 mechanical golems was comparable to official warlocks, only then might they be a threat to our Warlock College Antalya. After your death, if Yang Yi behaves, then he can still survive for several more years. If he dares to do anything suspicious, then the entire Steel City would only have destruction awaiting it. All right, I am satisfied with your curiosity. Now go to hell." Eunice's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of a sinister radiance. She elegantly snapped her fingers. The palm-sized extraordinary life form 3-headed human-faced cat. It had 3 heads and the face of a beautiful woman growing on its back. It at once jumped from Eunice's bosom. It opened its small mouths and emitted deadly invisible sound waves. "No, Teacher Eunice. Why?" Suddenly, Ina's eyes opened wide. She bled from her 7 facial orifices and then rolled on the ground in pain. The level 3 Apprentice Warlock trucks, who could utterly defeat 100 Black Crow's warriors, issued a howl similar to that of a wounded beast and kneeled while struggling in pain. The pinnacle level 3 Apprentice Warlock Pierre, who had a deep and unmeasurable strength. He also bled from his 7 facial orifices. His body trembled while he struggling in pain. Anya tumbled to the ground. She implored as she was rolling about in pain. "Teacher Eunice." "Why?" The corners of Eunice's mouth raised slightly, revealing a beautiful smile. Yet the words that came out of her mouth were cruel. "Unfortunately, you all know too much. In order to avoid trouble, the only option is to send you on your way to hell. In the eyes of Apprentice Warlocks, mortals were ants. In front of formidable official warlocks such as Eunice, apprentice warlocks were however but somewhat formidable ants, they could casually kill them. Yang Feng, guarded by the two shielded robots, was also hit by those peculiar sound waves and fell limply to the ground. Warning, warning. The sound waves have a lethal hypnotic effect on the host, carrying out emergency treatment, immediately severing the transmission of the sound. freewebnaviol.com. A voice quickly sounded, directly shutting off the sound transmission system of the liquid metal robot transformed into Yang Feng. Inside a secret cellar, wearing a helmet and constantly struggling in pain. Only then did Yang Feng breathe a sigh of relief. His back was drenched in cold sweat. He had a lingering fear. Fuck! Means of official warlocks are too treacherous and terrifying. With only the sound and with my body being over here, it still almost killed me. Yang Feng already had the cultivation base of a level 3 Apprentice Warlock. He's already considered an extremely terrifying existence among mortals. But in front of Eunice, even if his body was far away, he still was almost killed. This woman must be killed. Yang Feng looked at the movingly beautiful Eunice on the screen, who was brimming with strength, and his eyes flashed with a touch of killing intent. On the verge of the enormous crevice, the two shield robots at once raised their shields. Two transparent and colorless formidable defensive covers appeared all of a sudden, entirely shrouding the liquid metal robot possessed by Yang Feng. The liquid metal robot possessed by Yang Feng. Its body slightly shook and it immediately stood up. The extraordinary life-form three-headed human-faced cat had the peculiar innate ability Deadly Sound Wave, which had boundless destructive might with regards to life forms. Even for level 2 Apprentice Warlock rank experts, experiencing its deadly sound wave would also be extremely dangerous. Some level 2 Apprentice Warlocks with weak physiques would even die. However, that deadly sound wave was basically useless in front of robots. Eunice was somewhat amazed and said with a frivolous smile, "You actually didn't die? It looks like your uncle actually gave you a lot of superior defensive secret treasures. However, do you really believe that 2 trifling steel golems would be enough to protect you? Be obedient and drop dead. It wouldn't be too painful that way. The one to deal with you won't be me." The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly, revealing a trace of a smile as he said in a deep voice, "Schwer, come out. Take care of this woman for me. All right, big brother." From among the huge trees, walked out an oriental beautiful young lady. She was dressed in a black Gothic lowly dress, with waterfall-like black long hair, jade-like snow-white skin, delicate and smooth, with peerless facial features, diffusing formidable fluctuations of power from all over her body. Appearing to have come from a fairy tale, the fairy-like beautiful young lady was precisely Xuanhuan, who was born from the taboo stone. Chapter 65, Xuanhuan vs. Eunice. Chapter 65, Xuanhuan vs. Eunice. Translator, Xuanhuan. A level 1 warlock. That's truly unfathomable. Terrific. Xuanhuan. You are so outstanding, so wonderful. You'll definitely belong to me. Eunice stared firmly at Xuanhuan, her beautiful eyes flashing with fanaticism. Slightly panting, she said with a crazed, seductive and charming voice, "Xuanhuan, come here. As long as you follow me, I'll spare Yang Feng's pathetic life. I can provide you with a lot of resources, allowing you to easily promote to a level 2 warlock. Is there something wrong with your head, you lowly sow? You actually dared to harm my big brother Yang Feng. That's a capital offense. Let me properly educate you, correct your twisted character, and teach you how to conduct yourself." Xuanhuan's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of a sinister radiance. Her black hair rose. An extremely powerful ice force enveloped and circled around her body. Streams of white radiance congregated on her right hand, forming a 2m long white snow ice whip. "Terrific! I'm more and more fond of you." Eunice gave a somewhat hysterical laugh. Her jade hand gave a light tap. Streams of green radiance shrouded the ring on her hand. That ring suddenly grew a sharp thorn, which then became a rattan as thick as a python. The rattan's tip grew 6 feelers. The feelers possessed countless sharp teeth on their inner part. The demonic rattan ruthlessly bit at Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan, like an elf amidst ice and snow, took graceful and elegant steps. The snow ice whip in her hand ferociously whipped out, at once struck at the demonic rattan. Instantly, an incomparably tremendous ice force erupted, shrouding the demonic rattan. Ice spread step by step, freezing the demonic rattan into an ice sculpture. Moreover, the ice constantly spread towards Eunice's hand. The West Extreme Cold Ice Phoenix Art. A top-notch secret method. To actually being able to practice this secret method under the absence of guidance. Truly remarkable. Eunice's eyes flashed with a touch of a peculiar radiance, praising without cease as she conveniently flicked. The ring on her hand was directly flocked away. Once the ring left Eunice's jade hand, it immediately crumbled into countless pieces. That a fierce demonic rattan also crumbled inch by inch and turned into ashes. The West Extreme Cold Ice Phoenix Art was a top-notch ice-attributed secret method. Without guidance or a particular physique, it would be very difficult to succeed in it. Xuanhuan could, within a short period of more than a year, practice the secret method to reach the realm of level 1 warlocks. Her talent was simply unreasonable. However, my enemy isn't you. Eunice gave a charming smile. Her figure retreated suddenly. With a flash, she strangely appeared in front of Yang Feng. Freebnovel.com. Two thick vines instantly spurted from the ground, at once impaling the protective cover of the two shielded robots, coiling around the two shielded robots, then forcefully throwing them aside. Stop! Otherwise, I'll kill your big brother Yang Feng. Eunice reached out her hand in a grasp, catching Yang Feng. She used him as a shield in front of her and called out towards Xuanhuan. Eunice, please have a taste of my gift to you. Yang Feng, without being aware of him being a hostage, gave Eunice a peculiar smile. Xuanhuan's jade hand swung lightly. Streams of ice-cold air condensed into a wall in front of her. Eunice's heart was filled with a touch of an ominous premonition. Her mind moved. She forcefully made a throw, attempting to throw Yang Feng away. Boom! Accompanied by a terrifying blare, the liquid metal robot possessed by Yang Feng. Its body instantly detonated, the terrifying shock wave instantly swallowing Eunice. Disregarding the sand and stones, steel pieces splash in every which way, striking at Xuanhuan's ice wall and then shooting away. A figure was launched from amidst the terrifying explosion and then fell to the ground. It was precisely Eunice. At this moment, the silver-white robe on her body was already in tatters. That extremely beautiful face was also stained by traces of rubble and ashes. Her long golden waterfall-like hair also had some charred marks. She was in a sorry state. Sure enough, official warlocks are freaks. They don't die from something like this. Yang Feng investigated the site via a reconnaissance satellite. Seeing Eunice still alive, it made him pensive. The might of the explosion of the liquid metal robot possessed by Yang Feng was even capable of blowing up a tank. Yet Eunice, under such a terrifying explosion, she still didn't died. It shows that under the blessing of magic force, her defense was stronger than that of a tank. Two streams of snake-like snow ice whip shot out from the smoke and dust, and with lightning-like speed ruthlessly whipped at Eunice. The corners of Eunice's mouth reddened. Drops of blood dripped from her mouth, turning into bloody ice beads before reaching the ground. You forced me to do this. Eunice seemed like an enraged lioness, terrifying life force erupting from her body. She silently recited incantations in quick successions, pointed her jade finger towards the sky. Streams of star force sprinkled from within the sky. The streams were drawn towards the necklace secret treasure on her neck that emitted star aura. The necklace secret treasure emitting star aura suddenly bloomed with an incomparably bright radiance, shrouding Eunice's entire body, resulting in her aura rising little by little. The ice chunks that originally covered half of her body were immediately jolted away. The starlight enveloping Eunice formed into a formidable starlight force field. She appeared like a powerful and beautiful star queen that had descended from the stars. Despicable, this is a level 2 secret treasure or higher. Moreover, it's compatible with the secret method that she practices. I'm still not her match. Big brother, it's up to you now. When Xuanhuan saw Eunice's transformation under the star radiance, her eyes flashed with a touch of unwillingness. Her figure shook and she abruptly retreat. Visit freebnovel.com for the Est Envel reading experience. Such a secret treasure that was compatible with the practiced secret method was extremely precious. Its effect was also very astonishing. Under the strengthening of the secret treasure, Eunice's fighting strength was terrifying, comparable to those of a level 2 warlock. Although Xuanhuan's innate skills were powerful and her battle prowess terrifying, but because of the lack of secret treasures, she still wasn't Eunice's match. Leave her to me. Eunice, let's start the second round. A voice echoed in this area and a bladed robot emerged from a corner. It was up to 5 m tall with the upper body in the form of a human. Yet it had 8 arms, with every arm equipped with a long alloy blade. Countless insect-like compound eyes littered the head. It also had a serrated mouth reminiscing a bloody sacrificial bowl. Its lower body was in the shape of a wild beast similar to a fierce tiger's, with an incomparably sharp lance-like tail. The insect-like compound eyes of the bladed robot flashed with a radiance and locked on the goddess-like Eunice. Chapter 66. I still have 50. Chapter 66. I still have 50. Translator. Xuanhuan. When the beast-type bladed robot appeared, it then suddenly jumped and ruthlessly pounced at Eunice. A trifling mechanical golem. You actually want to block me with it? Give me a break. Eunice's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of a peculiar radiance. She silently recited an incantation and pointed with her jade-like hand. The starlight surrounding her body suddenly congregated into pearl-like shapes. They madly shot, as if shooting stars, at the beast-type bladed robot. The beast-type mechanical bladed robot flashed with a radiance, and a transparent protective cover instantly appeared outside its body. The pearls condensed from starlight radiance bombarded the protective cover of the beast-type bladed robot, setting off traces of ripples. Resisting the barrage of the countless starlight, the beast-type bladed robot appeared in front of Eunice in a split second. 8 long alloy blades pierced noisily through the air, ruthlessly chopping at her. Eunice's pretty face froze slightly. She silently recited an incantation. The abundant starlight surrounding her shook madly, and a repulsive force blasted at the beast-type bladed robot, immediately knocking the beast-type bladed robot away. Yang Feng, your uncle truly cares about you. He actually dispatched a mechanical golem with battle prowess comparable to those of a peak level 1 warlock to protect you. If I were to destroy it, your expression definitely would be quite interesting. Eunice gave a sweet smile and raised her jade hand. The starlight turned into a whirlpool, congregating on her finger. She pointed with her hand at the beast-type bladed robot. The starlight condensed into a thumb-sized beam of light that immediately shot at the protective cover of the beast-type bladed robot, penetrating it, directly shooting through the beast-type bladed robot's head. After the head of the beast-type bladed robot was shot through, it still proceeded onward. It jumped madly and pounced at Eunice. Eunice's pretty face paled slightly. The head isn't its key point? Fuck, in that case. I need to find its energy core, otherwise I'll have to destroy all of its key points. Such mechanical golems are the most annoying. Eunice took a deep breath and silently recited an incantation. The starlight surrounding her surged madly and congregated into the shape of stones. Her jade finger pointed at the beast-type bladed robot, and the starlight congregated into stones, as if meteors, immediately shot crazily at the beast-type bladed robot. Under the bombardment of the countless meteor-like starlight, the beast-type bladed robot's protective cover didn't even stood for a second. It collapsed. Under the bombardment of the countless stones, it was torn apart and directly scattered as countless pieces on the ground. Eunice saw as the beast-type bladed robot was torn apart. She slightly gasped for breath, her aura weakening slightly. She took out a bottle of a blue spirit force replenishing elixir and drank it at once. Taking care of the beast-type bladed robot consumed a lot of her spirit force and physical strength. Amazing! To actually be able to take care of my golem guard with the strength of a level 1 warlock. Truly amazing. Now, let's begin the third round. Try to get rid of these guys. Yang Feng's chuckles arrived from within the thicket, followed by a burst of rustling sounds. A beast-type bladed robot came out from the thicket. Eunice's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of contempt, and she gave a cold laugh. The same type of mechanical golem. I could get rid of the first one, and I'll get rid of the second one. Follow Current TNOVLS on freewebvel.com. Do not worry, my guards still haven't completely appeared. Just as Yang Feng's voice fell, Bursts of sounds arrived from the thicket. One by one, beast-type bladed robots quickly jumped out from all over and surrounded Eunice. Eunice looked at the over 50 beast-type bladed robots and finally, her pretty face was drained of color. Her back was drenched in cold sweat. Those beast-type bladed robots were currently Yang Feng's strongest melee and land primary robots. The battle prowess of each beast-type bladed robot was comparable to a pinnacle level 1 Warlocks. So much so that even some extraordinary life forms comparable to level 2 Warlocks wouldn't be their matches. 50 beast-type bladed robots could directly besiege and kill a level 2 Warlock. Furthermore, Yang Feng had mobilized up to 300 bladed robots and covered the whole area with them, sealing all of Eunice's escape routes. Eunice's pretty face suddenly became charming and alluring, and she laughed charmingly. Ha ha! It was only a small misunderstanding. Yang Feng, why are you making such a fuss over something minor? Let bygones be bygone, all right? I'm still your teacher, henceforth. I'll carefully impart you with the knowledge under my grasp and help you become an official level 1 Warlock. Right? I still have a very rare elf. You've also seen her beauty. I can gift her to you. From among the beast-type bladed robots came Yang Feng's frigid voice. Teacher Eunice, only with great difficulty could I manage to draw you out here. Do you really think that I'd allow the tiger return to the mountain? Today you'll die here. Have a good rest. 1. Eunice gave a sinister smile. You want to kill me? That's no good. My father is, however, Warlock College Antalia's Dean Starlight Aldrich. freewebnov.co. Warlock College Antalia's Dean. When Yang Feng heard this from his distant location, he felt great shock in his heart, at once creasing his eyebrows. As the Dean of Warlock College Antalia, of one of the 6 great powers in Tyrannid subcontinent, Aldrich's strength definitely surpassed by far that of an ordinary great warlock. He definitely was one of the most terrifying existences in Tyrannid subcontinent. Eunice perceived Yang Feng's hesitation through her very keen senses. She gave a sweet smile and threatened overbearingly. I want your shui and I won't bother about today's matter anymore. Otherwise, although I'm reluctant, but as long as I go beg my father, then your entire steel city will be razed to the ground. On the side, Sure Shui creased her eyebrows. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of worry. She was exceptionally intelligent, and after studying in Warlock College Antalia, it became very clear to her how powerful and terrifying a great warlock rank expert was. Yang Feng furiously ordered, I need to surrender Shui? That's lunacy. Even if he is Warlock College Antalia's dean, what about it? If he dares to come to my steel city, then I'll treat him to a nuclear warhead. I would like to see who is more powerful, a great warlock or a nuclear warhead. Kill that slut immediately. The compound eyes of those beast-type bladed robots flashed with red light. Their figures shook and they pounced extremely ferociously at Eunice. Yang Feng, you have some nerve. You even dare to act against me. My father won't forgive you. Eunice looked at the extremely fierce beast-type bladed robots. Finally, her face changed greatly. She shrieked, her figure flashed, and she madly escaped towards the thicket. This area was already surrounded by Yang Feng's mobilized beast-type bladed robots. Just as Eunice moved, 5 beast-type bladed robots blocked in front of her, brandishing their alloy blades and ruthlessly chopping at her. 1. Allow the tiger return to the mountain equals, laying trouble for the future. Chapter 67, Liquid Nano Robot Elixir. Chapter 67, Liquid Nano Robot Elixir. Translator, Xuanhuan. Fuck off! Eunice shrieked. The entire starlight around her condensed into an enormous sphere that shook crazily, forcibly knocking the 5 beast-type bladed robots away. After Eunice knocked those 5 beast-type bladed robots away, her figure flashed and she quickly fled towards the outside. The figures of the beast-type bladed robots constantly flashed about, madly pouncing at Eunice from all directions, attempting to prevent her from fleeing. The starlight crazily revolving around Eunice's body, knocking those beast-type bladed robots away one at a time. After several dozens of the beast-type bladed robots were knocked away in succession, the starlight protecting Eunice became dim. The ice snow whip suddenly burst out from the ground, resolutely whipping at Eunice's tender body, shattering her protective starlight. In a split second, a terrifying ice force shrouded her, freezing half of her body. Xuanhuan appeared like an ice queen, with ice force revolving around her. She jumped on the shoulder of a beast-type bladed robot, looked down at Eunice and smiled in contempt. "Lowly so, you've finally fallen into my hands." A group of beast-type bladed robots at once surrounded her, countless analogous insects like electronic compound eyes, capable of making one feel cold within, coldly stared at Eunice. Eunice's complexion was pale and she smiled coldly. "Even if I fall into your hands, then what? You dared to act against me. My father will definitely uproot your steel city, without even sparing chickens nor dogs." Xuanhuan's eyebrows slightly wrinkled. She felt very troubled. FREOWebnovel.com. The daughter of the dean of Warlock College Antalya. They could neither kill her nor set her free. It was a headache. "You thought that I couldn't get a hold on you. You were gravely mistaken." A faceless liquid metal robot came out from the side. Its body twisted and turned, changing into Yang Feng's appearance, looking at Eunice's cold smile. Eunice gave that faceless liquid metal robot a glacé and her beautiful eyes bloomed with a peculiar radiance. Her temperament changed, becoming capable of bewitchment with an enamoring expression. She said with a pleasant voice capable of corrupting others, "A morphing mechanical golem that can be possessed? It seems like you really obtained the legacy of the 6th Warlock dynasty. As long as I leak this secret, the entire Tyrannid subcontinent won't have a place for you to hide. It would be beneficial to us both if we joined forces and killed your uncle. We could control Steel City together. Afterwards, me marrying you also won't be impossible." Eunice was one of the most beautiful women that Yang Feng had ever seen. Even Xuanhuan was currently somewhat lacking. Her charming bearing still wasn't mature. She could engross people, that even such an unfeeling person as Yang Feng was slightly moved, evoking the fire of lust within him. Yang Feng said with a slight smile, "Quite a good proposal. I admit that I was somewhat moved." Eunice slightly twisted her tender body, appearing to be even more tempting. She was a peerless beauty that could drive men crazy. She was a woman that could be described as capable of causing the downfall of a state. Additionally, she also knew how to display her charm to its limit. Sure enough, men are morons that use their lower bodies to thinking. Afterwards, I need to think of a way to kill this idiot. Then all that is his will fall into my hands. If I could get the secret of the 6th Warlock dynasty's mechanical legion, then I even might somewhat contend with that person. Eunice looked flirtatiously at Yang Feng, the corners of her mouth slightly raised and a touch of contempt flashed deep within her eyes. Men like Yang Feng were easily bewitched by her charm. Eunice looked down on such waste from the bottom of her heart. Yang Feng's next words, however, took a turn as he spoke with a cold smile. "Unfortunately, I don't believe you." Eunice's smile became a bit rigid, followed by the reddening of the rims of her eyes. Pearl-like tears streamed down from her beautiful eyes, and she whimpered with a lovely and pitiful voice. "You're too overbearing. I was just joking around a bit, yet you have to go so far to bully me? Yang Feng, you're too overbearing. Haven't I already apologized?" Yang Feng watched Eunice's performance with a ridiculing expression, not saying a single word. A few minutes later, the rumbling of aircraft flying past arrived from the sky. Gunner robots descended from the sky while suspended by parachutes, descending towards this place. They looked like blossoms scattered by a heavenly maiden. Eunice saw closely packed gunner robots in the sky, like blossoms scattered by a heavenly maiden. Her pretty face became immediately petrified as she spoke involuntarily. "So many large mechanical golems. Mechanical golems such as those bladed robots, that were comparable to pinnacle level 1 warlocks, were considered as treasures in the eyes of level 2 warlocks. When the densely packed gunner robots and bladed robots joined hands, they could defeat and even kill a level 2 warlock. Even a level 3 warlock, if one were to be slightly careless, one also might fall by their hands. Eunice's status was comparable to that of a princesses from a lot of states, That was precisely why she didn't have guards such as those large mechanical golems. A gunner robot arrived in front of Yang Feng and extended its hand. Its mechanical palm opened, revealing an iron box. Yang Feng received that iron box and opened it, revealing a blood-red syringe. He picked up the blood-red syringe, and with a smile on his face, walked towards Eunice in large strides. Eunice looked at Yang Feng walking towards her, her heart filled with a trace of an ominous premonition. She said somewhat fearfully, "What do you want to do?" Yang Feng exposed a trace of a demonic smile. "This is the liquid nanorobot elixir, a combination of modern science with Warlock research on biology and human neurology. It has an exceedingly powerful ability to control a human's body. Congratulations for being the first one to use this elixir." Suddenly tears fell from Eunice's beautiful eyes, a touch of fear flashing in them. She unceasingly struggled and wailed, "No, don't. Yang Feng, spare me. I can give you great riches. I can help you prepare large amounts of resources in order to promote to a level 2 warlock. Spare me. I beg you." In Tyrannid subcontinent, on the surface, large-scale human experiments were banned. Yet human experiments on slaves and death row inmates had never stopped. Eunice saw many mortal slaves testing all kinds of elixirs and turning into horrible freaks. She didn't want it to be injected with some monstrous elixir. Yang Feng made a smiling expression, without expressing any kindness whatsoever, mercilessly pricked at Eunice's snow-white neck. The blood-red elixir, amidst Eunice's struggles, was immediately injected into her body. Read latest chapters at freewebnov.co only. Yang Feng spoke with a smile. "All right, Schwer. This savage beast has been tamed. You can unfreeze her." Schwer smiled sweetly, silently recited some incantations, pointed at Eunice, and the ice chunks enveloping her immediately crumbled. Eunice got freed, silently recited an incantation, waved her jade hands, and her body was at once covered by radiances from several detection spells. Yang Feng smiled and snapped his fingers. Chapter 68 Interrogation. Chapter 68 Interrogation. Translator, Xuanhuan. Bursts of ecstatic and entrancing feelings traveled from Eunice's limbs and bones, from every inch of her skin and skeleton. Her eyes intoxicated, she fell limply to the ground, unable to budge. Yang Feng smiled and once again snapped his fingers. Bursts of pain, as if being bitten by ants, at once traveled from every inch of Eunice's skin and skeleton. Her entire body was itchy and sore, giving the impression that her soul was itchy and sore. Froth from her mouth, tears from her eyes and nasal mucus, all unrestrainedly flowed out, without the demeanor of a peerless beauty, as if she had changed into a hideous and lowly junkie experiencing withdrawal. Eunice frothed from her mouth, her eyes dim. She pleaded with difficulty. "Spare me. Release me. I beg you. I'm willing to do anything." Yang Feng once again snapped his fingers. The strange condition in Eunice's entire body disappeared. She curled up, panted heavily, and looked at Yang Feng. Her beautiful eyes finally flashed with a touch of fear. Shue's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of splendor. She recited an incantation, pointed with her jade hand. Ice force congregated into an ice mirror in front of Eunice. She ridiculed. "Look at your current appearance. The noble daughter of the Dean of Warlock College Antalya. What have you become? Even the cheapest whore would be nicer to look at." Eunice saw her wretched appearance. Her pretty face paled slightly. She felt great resentment within. Yet she didn't dare to refute. She merely lowered her head. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a malicious and resentful radiance. "Vile, to even dare turn me into this, Yang Feng. I'll definitely put you to death." Just as the malicious and resentful thoughts run through her head at once, bursts of pain and itch, as if being bitten by ants, once again transmitted from Eunice's skin, skeleton, and flesh under the torment of the unbearable pain. She once again fell limply to the ground, rolling about and struggling in pain, frothing from her mouth, tears and mucus continuously flowing, following by the leakage of a stream of yellow liquid, extremely wretched. Yang Feng looked down at Eunice struggling in pain and said with a cold smile, "Eunice, The liquid nanorobots had already merged with your body and soul. This is the 6th Warlock dynasty's technology and the distillation of modern Warlock's technology. You're basically not able from concealing your thoughts from me. As long as you have a trace of malice towards me, then this will be the consequence. Up.dfrmfreewebnovel.com. Eunice pleaded while in pain. Would not dare. Forgive me. Forgive me. Yang Feng snapped his fingers. Eunice panted for air while her entire body was covered in sweat, exuding bursts of foul odor, without the demeanor of a peerless beauty. The beautiful eyes looking at him were brimming with fear, as if looking at a fiend. Xuanhuan clutched her nose while chuckling in ridicule. The noble daughter of Warlock College and Talia's dean is truly dirty and smelly, such a nauseating scene. Quickly wash yourself clean. You're so smelly. A bladed robot moved over a large vat and placed it on the ground. Eunice was ashamed and enraged. She had never been so humiliated finally. 2 lines of tears flowed out from the suffering and humiliation. Extremely miserable. She took off the smelly warlock robe, revealing her beautiful and tempting, entered the vat filled with cold water and started washing herself. Yang Feng looked at the scene of the beautiful and tempting Eunice bathing. Suddenly he felt that something was amiss and whispered, "Hold on. It feels like I'm the villain." Xuanhuan exposed a trace of a flirtatious and charming smile. She stroked her lips with her jade fingers, her whole body exuding the bewitching aura of an enchantress. "How come? Big brother, you're not at fault. This woman is so vicious. She needs to be properly punished. Hand her over to me. Tool educate her properly and turn her into a cute and obedient lamb just like Judy." After Eunice finished bathing, she then dressed new clothes, resisting the feeling of shame in front of Yang Feng. The graceful and beautiful posture took his breath away. Eunice was the most beautiful and graceful woman that Yang Feng had ever seen. Once Xuanhuan grows up, then she'll be a beauty on the same level. Eunice's only drawback was that she was too vicious and full of enmity towards Yang Feng. In fact, Eunice's personality wasn't too vicious, merely just like that of the average warlock, disregarding those whose cultivation was inferior to that of an official warlock. Apprentice warlocks like Trucks regarded mortals as ants. Official warlocks like Eunice also regarded apprentice warlocks like Yang Feng as ants. Yang Feng swept Eunice with a glance and said faintly, "What about Gloom Cave? Was the information true? You already know the consequences for lying to me." Eunice recalled the inhumane suffering that she went through just a moment ago. Her body shivered and she quickly said, "This information is true. There have been some apprentice warlocks that went inside. Those who came out alive brought items that confirmed the insides of Gloom Cave. However, it's very dangerous inside. Even level 3 apprentice warlocks that enter die 9 out of 10 times. Those who come back alive, it wasn't because of their strength, but because of their luck. That's why they weren't killed by the defensive traps and the treacherous phenomena inside." Yang Feng suddenly smiled and said, "Those apprentice warlocks that came back alive and all those familiar with this information, all of them died by your hands, right?" Eunice fell into silence and then said lightly, "Yes. The value of a relic such as the one from the 3rd Warlock dynasty's Gloom Cave was simply immeasurable. Once any treasure gets excavated, it might bring about a formidable warlock group. The fact that there were no dissemination of information on such a relic made it obvious that any person with that information was already dead. It was precisely because of this relic that Eunice continuously lured in various apprentice warlocks, letting them think that they obtained this information by chance. Like moths flying into flames, they entered the relic to look up various treasures on her behalf and in the end died at her hands." Yang Feng said, "The situation inside, you should be quite clear about it." Eunice said, "No, the ones that entered were all apprentice warlocks. They could only move about at the most peripheral area. They simply couldn't enter the core area. Even at the most peripheral area, the treacherous freaks and the strange phenomena, all of them could kill an official level 1 warlock. Without the strength of a great warlock rank, it's simply impossible to safely enter the relic. I only have information about the peripheral area." Yang Feng said with suspicion, "Isn't your father Starlight Aldrich? Why won't you tell him about it? With his strength, it should be quite easy to enter this headquarters of Gloom Cave." Eunice at once became silent. Apparently, she didn't want to answer Yang Feng. Big brother had asked you a question, you have to answer properly, understood? You're just a lowly sow. Shui gave a sweet smile and immediately snapped her fingers. The tingling and itch, the maddening anguish spread through Eunice's body all of a sudden, and she knelt on the ground from the torment at once. Eunice shrieked in pain and then answered in terror. I want to kill him. He is the person that I hate the most as well as am the most afraid of. I want to kill him. Chapter 69, Eunice's Fear. Chapter 69, Eunice's Fear. Translator, Xuanhuan. Yang Feng was shocked. He didn't think that Eunice's biggest backer, Warlock College Antalia's Dean Starlight Aldrich, was actually the person that she wants the most to kill. He almost thought that he had heard wrongly or that Eunice was lying. But judging by the feedback from the liquid nanorobots, what Eunice said was the actual truth. Why? Yang Feng snapped his fingers and the strange condition in Eunice's body faded away. Eunice panted in relief. Her bearing turned gloomy and she whispered, My big sister is my mother. Yang Feng wasn't shocked when he heard it. In order to maintain the purity of the bloodline and foster the next generation with even more remarkable soul aptitudes. In Tyrannid subcontinent, close relatives intermarrying wasn't anything rare. Many Warlock families had a custom of intermarrying close relatives. Those Warlock families that had close relatives intermarrying, it resulted in a lot of their descendants being born with deformities as well as some geniuses with extremely powerful soul aptitudes and remarkably pure bloodline. Those deformed descendants were abandoned, while those geniuses whose bloodlines were exceptional and pure were groomed. Eunice was a descendant of Aldrich and his daughter. Yang Feng wasn't too baffled about that. Rather, he somewhat didn't expect Eunice's reaction. After all, this was very common in the world of warlocks. Update D from FROUBnovel.com. My mother gave birth to 2 daughters, one was my sister, the other one was me. My mother being his daughter was quite common among Warlock families, with which I don't have any disagreement. But the bastard, when I was 8 years old, defiled my sister. Moreover, he extracted her bloodline and offered her as a sacrifice to a devil from a different plane. When Eunice spoke to this point, her beautiful eyes were filled with a touch of enmity and fear. Her tender body unceasingly shuddered because of fear. When Yang Feng heard until here, he also couldn't help and crease his eyebrows. The world of warlocks was very cruel. In order to gain power, there was nothing that those warlocks would be incapable of. Some powerful wicked warlocks, in order to obtain a small improvement, would even massacre their own descendants and relatives, extract their bloodlines and use them to promote their own strength. Obviously, Aldrich was a powerful warlock that didn't have any scruples when it came to gaining power. The power of our family's bloodline comes from the ancient life form star Rock Crow from the astral boundary. After the ancient life form star's Rock Crow matured, it would be a formidable existence comparable to a level 5 warlock, Starry Sky Warlock, and capable of freely manipulating star force. To this date, the star Rock Crow's bloodline within our family had already become very thin. That beast is an extraordinary genius. He only took 300 years to promote to a great warlock with the help of the power of his bloodline. But then, even after 600 years, he was unable to make another breakthrough. In order to get even purer bloodline and break the shackles of his bloodline, the bastard produced a lot of descendants, then extracted the bloodlines from the descendants with the purest bloodlines, performed a blood sacrifice and made a deal with a devil from a different plane, purifying his own bloodline. The power of my sister's bloodline was the purest among all of his descendants. With the power of my bloodline, even if I don't try hard, yet I still can slowly promote to a level 3 warlock thanks to the power of my bloodline. In the future, I even have a gleam of hope to promote to a great warlock. That bastard abused and killed my sister. He is still absorbing the power of her bloodline. After he absorbed my sister's bloodline, then it would be my turn. Eunice's beautiful eyes flashed with hatred and fear, her body trembling. FreeWebNovel.com. Eunice gave Yang Feng a somewhat hateful glance as she whispered with a gloomy face. As a result, I don't see anything good in men. This is to say, I'm in big trouble. Yang Feng's complexion became solemn and troubled. He was silent for a moment and then asked, Aldrich, when will he finish absorbing the power of your sister's bloodline? Eunice exposed a smile with a trace of schadenfreude. Should be within the following few years. I'm a woman reserved by him, as you acted against me, he definitely won't let you off. These past few years, no one dared to pursue me or be by my side. Because those who did, they're all dead. Yang Feng said lightly, a few years? That's enough if he comes after me. Then I'll give him a nice surprise. From the information displayed by 3790 SIXS feedback, the prerequisite technological structures for the nuclear weapons had already finished upgrading. Moreover, 100 nuclear warheads had already begun being built. If conventional weapons were unable to threaten a great warlock, then a nuclear cleansing would definitely be able to give a great warlock rank expert a pleasant surprise. Tyrannid subcontinent's area was extremely vast, even larger than Earth's surface area, and Tyrannid subcontinent was merely one of the numerous affiliate subcontinents surrounding the main continent. Even if Tyrannid subcontinent was destroyed by a nuclear cleansing, Yang Feng could effortlessly escape to another subcontinent. With the portable fortified stronghold, Yang Feng could escape to anywhere and then quickly make a comeback. Of course, it was only a last resort. He didn't want to abandon his base. After all, every territory was under the influence of somebody. Once he flees to another territory, then he needs to duke it out with the territory's owner, compete over resources and living space. Eunice saw the self-confident Yang Feng. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of bewilderment. Within Tyrannid subcontinent, anyone becoming enemies with Starlight Aldrich would feel a great headache. Even among great warlock rank experts, there weren't many people that could be a match for Aldrich. Yang Feng was but a trifling level 3 Apprentice Warlock, yet he didn't care about the threat of Aldrich. Eunice was very curious. What trump card did he had in order to deal with Aldrich? Yang Feng acted within. Shortly after, 2 faceless liquid metal robots walked out from the side. Yang Feng threw a helmet at Eunice. Put this helmet on. Eunice's mind shifted and she obediently put on the helmet. Shortly after, countless information continuously entered Eunice from the helmet. A faceless liquid metal robot twisted and quickly took Eunice's appearance. Such a mystical technology. It's worthy of being 6th Warlock Dynasty's mechanical golem. The liquid metal robot possessed by Eunice opened its eyes, looked at her body lying beside, took out a mirror and checked carefully for a while, then said with praise. Each one of the 8 Warlock dynasties had founded matchless and resplendent civilizations with unique and fascinating technology. The mechanical golem legion of the 6th Warlock dynasty belonged to that category. Eunice creased her eyebrows and said unhurriedly, the shape is practically the same, but unable of using magic. The perception also can't compare with that of my body. It's comparable to a real avatar spell, although rather lacking. The only advantage is that when one's strength is weak, one still can use it. The means of warlocks were very treacherous. Great warlock rank experts who had created an avatar would have the ability to walk wherever they chose thanks to it. Avatars refined by some formidable warlocks could even be more powerful than their true bodies. On the other side, Xuanhuan also put on a helmet and possessed the other mechanical golem. Chapter 70 Gloom Cave. Chapter 70 Gloom Cave. Translator, Xuanhuan. Yang Feng's gaze fell on the 4 corpses and he chuckled. You truly have tenacious life forces. You actually didn't die. Pierre, Anya, the both of you are actually alive. That's really beyond my expectations. 2 of the corpses slightly moved. Pierre's complexion was pale as he got up and wiped the blood stains from the corners of his mouth. He very decisively knelt in front of Yang Feng and said loudly, from henceforth, Pierre is willing to make an oath and vow loyalty and devotion towards Sir Yang Feng. Vow loyalty and devotion towards Sir's family for generations. I ask Sir to take me in. Anya's beautiful face was petrified. She covertly glanced at Eunice to the side. She also made a prompt decision, directly knelt before Yang Feng and said loudly, Anya is willing to make an oath and vow loyalty and devotion towards Sir Yang Feng. I ask Sir to take me in. No matter what's your request, Anya will comply. Pierre and Anya, the both of them were very clever. They knew that they heard Yang Feng's secret. They were currently in a life-threatening situation. The only way to live was by becoming Yang Feng's underling. Only then might they be given an opportunity to live. Pierre and Anya, the both of them knelt on the ground and lowered their heads. They had their muscles stretched taut, with cold sweat flowing down their backs. their hearts filled with fear. Put on these head rings and necklaces. The head ring can detect your thoughts, while the necklace is packed with a bomb. Once you have any harmful thoughts towards us, the necklace will blow up your heads. Of course, you may choose not to put them on. Yang Feng watched Pierre and Anya kneeling on the ground with a smile that wasn't a smile, waved his hand, and two mechanical bladed robots walked over with two sets of black necklaces and silver head rings. Yang Feng wasn't convinced by their oaths. As far as he was concerned, technological means were still more secure. Pierre, without saying anything else, took the black necklace and the silver head ring, and immediately put them on. Anya hesitated slightly, then clenched her teeth and put on the necklace and the head ring. "Stand up," Yang Feng said lightly. Only then did the two stood up, their backs chilly. After some time, the moon emerged. Moonlight was spilled on the earth. Then a mysterious power slowly pulled it towards the huge crevice, finally congregating into a beam of moonlight that was absorbed into the crevice. Eunice suddenly said, "We can enter now." Yang Feng nodded slightly, took the lead and walked towards the crevice. The liquid metal robots possessed by Eunice and Xuanhuan also walked towards the crevice. The closely packed beast-type bladed robots, gunner robots, and artillery robots, they also followed behind Yang Feng into the crevice. Gloom Cave was a place that might contain peerless treasures like Aurum blood. As long as they get Aurum blood, Yang Feng might then make a breakthrough once again, smash the restraint of his soul aptitude, and have some hope in promoting to a level 1 warlock. Under the shine of the moonlight, in that deep and unmeasurable crevice, there was a ladder congregated from the moonlight. That ladder congregated from the moonlight was directly suspended in the air, as if the link into an unknown space, it ended in the air. Yang Feng waved his hand. A beast-type bladed robots immediately stepped forward, walked one step at a time on the ladder congregated from the moonlight. Suddenly it faded away at the end of the moonlight ladder. Update D from frubnov.com. There's an unknown energy field interference. According to the data analysis of the current database, the energy field is estimated to be a Warlock's life energy particles and other energy particles forming the field interference. Long-distance data link failed. Do you want your current spirit vessel become your main one and form a new closed-distance command center around it? A string of massages flashed through Yang Feng's mind. Yang Feng ordered, "All right, let my current spiritual vessel be the main one and form a new closed-distance command center around it." Understood, initiating the remodeling of the smart microchip. Completion time, 10 seconds. A mechanical gunner robot came from the side, holding 10 high-energy batteries, and pressed them against Yang Feng. Connectors extended from Yang Feng's body, directly plugging into the high-energy batteries, absorbing the energy of the 10 high-energy batteries. The smart chip in the head of the liquid metal robot possessed by Yang Feng was quickly remodeled. The remodeling was completed. A beep sounded and Yang Feng could clearly perceive the data from the surrounding 765 level 7 primary battle robots. Yang Feng said with slightly wrinkled eyebrows, 3796, if I enter the relic like this, won't that force field interfere with the radio wave signal? When this body enters the remains, it won't be immediately paralyzed, right? It won't. Master, you are my host. Your soul had already been transformed and strengthened. It already has the properties of Shizu. No matter the distance nor the place, you can always posses a robot and go on an adventure. Other people, even if they posses the same technology, they still won't be able to do this. Eunice and Xuanhuan, as long as they are within a range of 20 m from you, they can then also be shielded by your soul and use the mechanical bodies to enter the relic. Only now did Yang Feng feel relieved and immediately walked towards the moonlight ladder. He walked along the moonlight ladder, just as he arrived at the bottom of the ladder, almost at the same time as he took a step into the air. His eyes suddenly blurred and he strangely appeared inside a dark passageway. In front of Yang Feng stood the bladed robot that was the first to enter. The two women followed the mechanical legion and one at a time entered the Gloom Cave's passageway. A bladed robot switched on a searchlight, illuminating the passageway. There were shelves on either side of the passageway, specifically used to carry magic lamps. However, there were currently no magic lamps on the shelves. Obviously, they had been already taken away by those that entered before them. Yang Feng carefully sized up the surroundings and found out that behind them was also a long passageway leading who knows where. Yang Feng said with slightly creased eyebrows, "In which direction should we go?" Eunice's eyebrows creased slightly as she carefully sized up around them. "Across this passageway. There is a fork in the passageway. Each fork has a mural. There's a transportation array at the end of each head mural fork. We can leave this place trough the transportation array. The lion mural fork is the path that leads towards Gloom Cave's headquarters. The dark elf mural fork. Nobody managed to come back alive from there. Let's go." Yang Feng and his party followed the passageway. After walking for several kilometers, only then did they cross the passageway and arrived at a square. That square was extremely clean, as in licked by a cat. There wasn't a single blemish. On the other side of the square, there were 3 forks. A lifelike mural was engraved above each fork. The 3 murals were distinguished by the head of an enormous golden lion and the head of a beautiful and alluring dark elf. Chapter 71 Soul Stone. Chapter 71 Soul Stone. Translator, Xuanhuan. Yang Feng waved his hand and a bladed robot immediately headed towards the head mural forks. About 3 kilometers away from the head mural forks, a teleportation array appeared at its bottom. After the bladed robot stepped into the teleportation array, a radiance flashed and it immediately disappeared. There aren't any problems, it can really teleport one out. The teleportation destination lies in a valley 600 kilometers to the north of obscure mountain range. When the bladed robot came out, it was 3796 that quickly discovered it and then gave Yang Feng's true body a feedback. After securing an escape route, Yang Feng ordered a bladed robot to enter the dark elf mural fork. Although Eunice couldn't lie to Yang Feng, but he still wanted to take a look at the insides of the dark elf mural fork. Recording some more data and improving 3790 SIXS database would have great benefits. The more data was recorded in 3790 SIXS database, the more comprehensive it would be and the bigger impact it would have. Moreover, it would be vital in deducing countless scientific and technological ramifications. When the bladed robot entered the dark elf mural fork, Yang Feng, through the bladed robot's optical perception system, could see the abstract murals, as if a variety of strange colors were chaotically kneaded together and engraved on the walls. Yang Feng only saw 13 pairs of strange murals. Then he felt dizzy. His head ached, yet for some reason, his eyes were unable to leave those murals. Those strange murals were seemingly capable of deeply attracting people's minds and souls. Warning! Warning! The murals possess lethal hypnotic effects. The host's spiritual force is unable to withstand the mural's hypnotic effects, immediately severing image transmission. A warning suddenly sounded and Yang Feng's vision went dark. Only then did he gasp for air, the back of his true body drenched in cold sweat. Cold sweat was flowing down Yang Feng's back. He had a lingering fear as he contemplated. Truly treacherous. Murals are capable of killing people. Existences like warlocks. They are truly too unfathomable. Yang Feng already possessed the cultivation of a level 3 apprentice warlock. If he were to appear on Earth, then he'd be a Superman-like existence with just his physical constitution. Yet those several murals that he was unable to read, the means of powerful warlocks, were truly too treacherous. Do you want to record these murals into the database? According to the analysis of the currently available data, only after you promote to a level 3 warlock can you view these murals. As long as you're able to view these murals, then during your first viewing, your spirit force can be slightly promoted. Yang Feng said decisively, "Do it!" Spirit force was the core of cultivation for the majority of warlocks. Even body-tempering warlocks with extremely formidable physical bodies, they also wouldn't neglect the cultivation of spirit force. Items capable of increasing spirit force were all extremely treasured. Yang Feng definitely wouldn't let it slip past his hands. fgaiwebnavuel.com. Then what about the large amount of corpses throughout the passageway? Do you want to collect the useful items on those corpses, such as magic stones, secret treasures, and materials? Yang Feng overjoyed as he said, "Gather them immediately." Ever since he obtained war reparations from Fernandro family and then established Steel City, Yang Feng was extremely rich, almost wiping out his money problems and other worries. However, after studying at Warlock College in Talia, only then did he discover how truly poor he was. The price of a level 1 spell model was up to 8,000 magic stones. The increasingly stronger level 2 spell models, level 3 spell models, and level 4 spell models, those were really costly. Level 1 spell models could still be bought with magic stones. Level 2 spell models and higher were extremely precious. There was demand but no supply. As for level 3 and level 4 spell models, those were precious and rare. Only at some warlocks' large auctions might one buy them. Black Cottage only had a few dilapidated level 2 spell models and only one half of a level 3 spell model. Therefore, Black Cottage's master, Bonnie, could only transplant the bloodline of a fiend. He chose to fiend morph as a means of advancing his battle proofs. After all, the orthodox warlock path that he was treading on, he practically couldn't progress on it anymore. The source of this content is froueol.com. Yang Feng was currently very thirsty for wealth. Thus he was naturally unwilling to let any bit of resources slip past his hands. Understood. From the back of the bladed robot, from an external equipment, 8 slender mechanical arms shot out at once and begun to collect the useful items on those corpses. Those treacherous murals could easily hypnotize and kill all kinds of life forms, yet they were totally ineffective against such existences as mechanical bladed robots. Reached the end. There is nothing abnormal. Request to return. Come back. Shortly after receiving the order, the bladed robot came back with a large bag of rubbish. Yang Feng checked the obtained loot and said with some displeasure, Level 0 spellbooks, Level 0 secret treasures, expired elixirs, 2,300 gold coins, 234 magic stones. These guys were really penniless. Eunice snickered at the side. Those that were entrapped by her within this relic were basically all Apprentice Warlocks. The majority of them were penniless. They naturally didn't have anything of value for Yang Feng to collect. This is a soul stone. In addition, it's a high-grade soul stone. Haha. This time I picked up a treasure. Yang Feng's eyes suddenly light up. He picked up a gray stone from that pile of rubbish. His eyes flashed with a touch of excitement as he laughed heartily. Eunice looked at the soul stone and her eyes flashed with a touch of envy and jealousy. A soul stone. It was actually a high-grade soul stone. He's such a lucky bastard. A soul stone was condensed and refined from the soul force of dead great warlock rank experts and above or some existences with formidable pure soul forces, by means of a variety of strange rituals. That high-grade soul stone was a common currency of gods in the worlds of gods, of countless formidable fiends in the ancient demonic plane, of countless demonic beings in the abyss and of countless devils in the infernal world. The best way to use this high-grade soul stone was to refine a soul force avatar. Only by using avatars similar to their true bodies could enable great warlock experts and above to freely utilize a variety of formidable spells. This high-grade soul stone, within Tyrannid subcontinent, would at least require for a great warlock expert to act and massacre more than 5 million people. Only then might one refine one such stone. Although mortals were ants in the eyes of warlocks, but they were also the basis for the existence of the world of warlocks. Once any large-scale massacre of mortals were to be discovered, it would cause major warlock groups to send someone to wipe out the offender. That high-grade soul stone could be said to be very precious and very rare. Yang Feng was all smiles as he collected that high-grade soul stone. He then took the mechanical golem legion towards the lion mural fork. Chapter 72 Human-Faced Peaches. Chapter 72 Human-Faced Peaches. Translator, Xuanhuan. At the end of the fork was a huge bronze wall. An oil painting of an ancient black dragon was suspended on the huge bronze wall. It was unknown how long that oil painting existed. It didn't have any traces of its ink fading. The ancient black dragon depicted in the oil painting was vivid and lifelike. Simultaneously, traces of faint dragon might were diffused from that painting. Discovered a formidable life energy field pressure. According to the analysis of the scan, this energy field has 95% of similarity with the legendary dragon might. It's capable of deterring inferior life forms. Level 3 Apprentice Warlocks or below are unable to withstand this life energy field pressure. When compared to the real dragon might, the intensity is too low. A string of messages flashed in Yang Feng's mind. Yang Feng contemplated. I don't sense anything, that is to say, with the liquid metal robot. In addition to not feeling any pain, the remaining senses will also weaken substantially. It's capable of neutralizing the pressure. Yang Feng's sight fell on Eunice beside him. Eunice promptly explained, "This painting is the entrance to the Gloom Cave. By going directly past it, one can enter the inner parts of the Gloom Cave's remains." Yang Feng waved and a bladed robot immediately walked toward the oil painting. Just as the bladed robot was 50 m from the oil painting, then all of a sudden, its body directly shrunk. It was walking towards the oil painting as if it had set out on an invisible ladder. The closer the bladed robot got to the oil painting, the smaller was its body, ultimately becoming palm-sized. It touched the black dragon's ferocious mouth, setting off ripples, and directly entered it. Yang Feng saw this scene and his eyes flashed with a touch of admiration. The power of warlocks is really amazing. Such an entrance was simply unimaginable to ordinary people. Only level 3 warlock experts or above have such terrifying means. Yang Feng took the lead and walked towards the oil painting. As Yang Feng continued to move forward, a strange warping feeling arose around him. He could clearly see the painting getting bigger and bigger. No matter how large his strides were, it felt like they didn't brought him any closer towards the painting. Eventually, the huge black dragon's mouth filled his vision. A deep passageway with no end in sight appeared before his eyes. Yang Feng took a step and entered the deep passageway with no end in sight. Ripples flashed. His vision went bright, and he found himself appear inside a very wide space. The light inside that very wide space was somewhat dim. The entire space appeared to be exuding a layer of hazy oppression with a suffocating strange aura. Somebody just came in. They're screwed. Faria Ubi novelty. Somebody just came in. There are fertilizers. An enormous peach half the size of an adult person with an elderly face issued an innocent childlike voice. Another enormous peach half the size of an adult person with a child's face sang a strange song, giggling and hopping around. Those two enormous peaches closed in on Yang Feng. Yang Feng then saw the two enormous human faces surrounding their bodies, forming a sinister image. The human faces were wailing in anguish. At first sight, it was absolutely horrifying. Eunice's pretty face paled slightly and she warned, "Those evil beings are human-faced peaches' soul forms, variant plants as well as the formidable life force of warlocks. They intertwine and give birth to those treacherous freaks. They are treacherous existences that are neither soul forms nor life forms. Physical attacks are almost ineffective against them. They were curse-attributed freaks, and even a level 1 warlock might also be killed by these freaks. The souls of those who are killed by them will be bound to their bodies and become their source of power." Yang Feng looked at the two horrifying human-faced peaches. His eyebrows creased slightly and he waved his hand. Two bladed robots instantly approached, took out their alloy blades and fiercely chopped at the two human-faced peaches. The two human-faced peaches let themselves be sliced into countless pieces. Black gas spread from them, gathered into heads, and viciously pounced at the two bladed robots. An unknown energy field with corroding properties was detected. According to the analysis, this energy field has a tremendous corrosion effect on living being, capable of causing physical damage to level 2 warlock rank life forms. The effect of corrosion on the units is small. A string of information was quickly sent back. Treacherous existences that were neither soul forms nor life forms like the human-faced peaches were an exceedingly great menace towards humans and a variety of intelligent life forms. But towards steel constructs such as mechanical bladed robots, the threat was very small. After all, mechanical bladed robots didn't have any souls. If a party composed of level 3 apprentice warlocks were to run into such treacherous existences as the human-faced peach, then they would be easily consumed by them, their souls becoming their nutrients. The human-faced peaches that could kill a level 1 warlock turned into human faces and continuously gnawed on the two bladed robots. Yet they didn't have any effect. They couldn't even leave white traces on their mechanical bodies. Yang Feng waved his hand and two gunner robots equipped with two external flamethrowers stepped forward. At once 2 long flame streaks were sprayed out of the 2 flamethrowers, completely swallowing the 2 bladed robots. After being covered by the 2 terrifying flame streaks, the 2 human-faced peaches at once let out miserable screams. Countless strands of black energy were burned and purified by the flames. Regarding soul forms as well as a lot of treacherous phenomena, flames, holy light and dark energy, they all could restrain such existences. New Envel chapters are published on freewebnovel.co. During the past 2 years, Yang Feng had been madly studying a variety of knowledge. He spent a lot of time studying about existences of whom he was the most fearful. Moreover, 3796 developed a lot of countermeasures against those treacherous existences. Ah, you'll all gonna die. You'll be our fertilizers. Extremely miserable screams were transmitted from the black energies. Then the human faces congregated from countless black energies flew away from the 2-bladed robots and congregated into the treacherous existences. They issued fierce and malicious curses against the bladed robots, then became 2 streaks of black smoke and directly flew towards the depths of Gloom Cave. Sure enough, soul forms and treacherous phenomena were the most difficult to deal with, at least for the present me. Yang Feng watched the 2 streaks of black light as he contemplated with slightly creased eyebrows. After repelling the extremely depraved human-faced peaches, Yang Feng proceeded onward with his large mechanical legion. Soon after they begun forging onward, Yang Feng saw on both sides of the path a variety of skeletons. Each skeleton exuded a gloomy and extremely strange aura. It was unknown if they died in the hands of the extremely deprived human-faced peaches. In the midst of the strange haze on both sides of the main path appeared gargoyle statues. They were up to 6 m tall, pitch black, with a pair of wings on their back and had their eyes inlaid with rubies. The gargoyle statues were densely packed. Those large statues could be spotted everywhere. Chapter 73, Flock of Bronze Gargoyles. Chapter 73, Flock of Bronze Gargoyles. Translator, Xuanhuan. Gargoyles. Those are bronze gargoyles. Be careful, the ancient warlocks were very fond of using such beings like bronze gargoyles to act as guards. Once these bronze gargoyles are activated, each of them would have fighting prowess comparable to that of a level 1 warlock. They have a formidable defensive strength and a variety of resistances. Curse-type spells are completely ineffective against them. They are extremely strong and have extremely sharp claws. They can easily tear up a variety of defensive force fields. Only by using elemental-type spells like Fireball, that is, destructive-type spells capable of blasting them to bits, or by destroying their energy cores, only then can they be killed. After seeing the large gargoyle statues, Eunice's complexion abruptly changed greatly, and she immediately reminded. Those large gargoyle statues numbered as much as 3,000. Once activated, the large and terrifying 3,000 gargoyles, with battle prowess comparable to that of level 1 warlock, they could even get rid of level 3 warlocks. Just as the mechanical bladed robot that was exploring the path approached a large gargoyle, the ruby-inlaid eyes of the gargoyle shone. It instantly waved its large and sharp claws, with a claw landing on the bladed robot's head, directly chopping it off. That mechanical bladed robot immediately chopped out with 8 huge alloy blades, chopping the gargoyle to several pieces. As if pocking a hornet's nest, one by one, gargoyles' ruby eyes flashed with a brutal radiance. They flapped their wings and directly pounced on that bladed robot. More than a dozen gargoyles pounced at that bladed robot. At once, a transparent protective cover sprang up from that bladed robot's body. The gargoyles clawed out, their claws easily tearing the transparent protective cover, ruthlessly clawing at the mechanical bladed robot, madly tearing it apart. Under the tearing of more than a dozen gargoyles, that bladed robot with battle prowess comparable to that of a pinnacle level 1 warlock, it was immediately torn to pieces. The nearly 3,000 gargoyles, accompanied by gusts of wing, also darted at Yang Feng and his party. Eunice saw the 3,000 gargoyles pouncing at them. Her pretty face immediately changed greatly. She couldn't help but take several steps back, almost instinctively wanting to release defensive spells. Yang Feng ordered coldly, "Shoot!" 200 level 7 mechanical gunner robots quickly adjusted their Vulcan cannons' muzzles, spewing countless shell fire, patches of metal barrage capable of smashing anything poured at the 3,000 gargoyles in the sky. The destructive power of the Vulcan cannons could easily tear an armored car to shreds. The gargoyles bombarded by the terrifying shell fire were all blown to pieces. There were a lot of gargoyles that forced their way through the terrifying barrage but then were intercepted by the equally tyrannical bladed robots. Both parties fought madly to kill each other. From time to time, there would be some bladed robots torn into pieces. However, even more gargoyles were chopped into pieces. Such a terrific mechanical golem legion. Such a powerful mechanical golem legion, unless it is a great warlock rank expert acting. Otherwise, even level 3 warlocks facing them, their only fate would be death if they don't flee. Eunice looked at the bladed robots madly fighting against the flock of gargoyles, her beautiful eyes flashing with a touch of astonishment. The 3,000 gargoyles already possessed the terrifying strength to kill a level 3 warlock. The mechanical legion being currently composed of less than 1,000 units yet still completely suppressed the flock of gargoyles. Its fighting strength was too terrifying, deeply shocking Eunice. The frantic struggle persisted for an entire hour. The 3,000 gargoyles were all chopped into pieces. 313 bladed robots as well as 58 gunner robots were also destroyed by the gargoyles. The defense of this Gloom Cave's headquarters is really frightening. If I'd entered this place rashly, then there would be no chance for me to survive. Yang Feng looked at the bits and pieces of the 3,000 gargoyles, eyes flashing with a touch of gloom. If Yang Feng entered the Gloom Cave relics without the protection of his mechanical legion, only with his strength of a level 3 Apprentice Warlock, the only outcome would be death. I had originally thought that my current strength was enough to explore this remains. It seems like it still won't do. I need to mobilize even more troops. Only then might I explore this relic. 3796. Immediately send reinforcements. Yang Feng's mind moved and he sent out an order through his body. Understood. Immediately mobilizing the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd legions and sending them as reinforcements. A voice sounded in Yang Feng's mind. Gates of hangars were opening along Steel City's sphere of influence. Thunder Demon heavy-duty transporter aircrafts were being orderly driven out of the hangars, mowing towards the already flattened runway. This chapter is updated by freebnovel.cm. The locust-like densely packed bladed robots, gunner robots, shielded robots, and artillery robots forming a mixed legion stood there neatly and tidily, then very orderly entered the Thunder Demon heavy-duty transporter aircrafts. Rumblings sounded continuously. The Thunder Demon heavy-duty transporter aircrafts quickly took off and flew towards the obscure mountain range. After issuing his order, Yang Feng took his large mechanical legion to continue with the exploration. After traveling for several kilometers within the layer of thick fog, then all of a sudden, an enormous botanical garden appeared in front of Yang Feng and his party. Moko grass, star tears flowers, Araman snake fruits, Freeweb novel them, Polymon flowers, 5 clover blue tear streaks flowers. My goodness, those were very precious and rare plants in the ancient era. I'm rich, this time I've made a fortune. Even if great warlocks saw this botanical garden, they also would get crazy. When Eunice saw the variety of plants in the botanical garden, she couldn't help but to cry out and her eyes flashed. The various plants within the botanical garden were all very precious, extraordinary plants. Those plants could be refined by warlocks into bottles of elixirs that could even have very mystical effects on great warlocks. When Eunice saw a tree up to 10 m tall with 9 branches, with 1 2-finger-sized violet fruit on each branch, she couldn't take her eyes away from it as she said with a trace of tremor in her voice, "Those are enlightenment fruits. Those are fruits with a miraculous effect of enlightening one wisdom. Enlightenment fruits take 300 years to blossom and 300 years to bear fruit. 600 years for one to be able to gather 9 such treasures. Even if an extremely stupid person were to eat an enlightenment fruit, one would also become a terrifying sage with leaning ability transcending mortals. This is an almost extinct extraordinary plant. It is the treasure that us warlocks dream about. The value of 1 enlightenment fruit exceeds the value of this botanical garden by several tens of times." Chapter 74 Enlightenment Fruits. Chapter 74 Enlightenment Fruits. Translator, Xuanhuan. Enlightenment fruits. It turned out to be such a legendary treasure. I must get it. When Yang Feng heard Eunice's remark, his eyes flashed. He then looked at the fruit tree in the center of the botanical garden, his eyes brimming with excitement and greed. Yang Feng could only become a level 3 Apprentice Warlock by taking a shortcut, that is, by purely using a variety of precious elixirs. His learning ability, as compared to that of the geniuses of this world of warlocks, was simply too substandard. Even with the power of the smart chip, he was merely able to record a variety of knowledge within the smart chip. Understanding it and applying it at his whim was simply impossible. Once he eats an enlightenment fruit, Yang Feng's learning ability would then skyrocket, reaching the standard of those geniuses of this world of warlocks. Henceforth, his studying speed of all kinds of knowledge would increase geometrically. The reason why warlocks were extremely strong was because they wielded endless knowledge. The stronger a warlock was, the greater was the knowledge that said warlock wielded. Only then would one have endless means to deal with a variety of formidable beings from different planes. Eunice forced down her excitement. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of anxiety. She looked towards Yang Feng beside her and said, "Enlightenment fruits can only be stored in boxes carved out of sapphires. The moment they enter in contact with containers made of other materials is the moment when they'll vaporize. The majority of extraordinary plants could be stored in glass containers. However, there were also a lot of precious extraordinary plants that had distinct harvesting methods. Once one was slightly inattentive, then those extraordinary plants would be ruined." Yang Feng's eyebrows slightly wrinkled, eyes radiating ill intent as he stared at Eunice, then said in a deep voice, "There were still such precautions, Teacher Eunice. The extraordinary botany that you imparted me with was not complete." Eunice quickly replied, "No, what I imparted you with was the basic extraordinary botany. The basics don't contain the harvesting methods for such treasures like enlightenment fruit. You must know that in the world of warlocks, knowledge is the most precious asset. Free knowledge can't contain the good stuff. The extraordinary botany that I've previously imparted you with was already ample when compared to the information imparted to many teachers. Otherwise, you wouldn't recognize the enlightenment fruits." Yang Feng carefully thought for a moment, then checked the memories of Black Cottage's master's Bonnie. He found that what Eunice said was true. The extraordinary botany that she imparted him with was far beyond that what Bonnie wielded. Yang Feng said faintly, "Once we return, I will require all of your knowledge." Eunice's complexion changed repeatedly. She hesitated for a while before clenching her teeth and saying, "All right." Yang Feng's mind moved and three-bladed robots immediately moved towards the location of the enlightenment fruits. Suddenly, 20 m in front of the tree fruit, a palm-sized strange plant, looking like a sunflower with 6 petals, it at once turned extremely large. Its bud suddenly opened, revealing beast-like teeth and saliva dripping down. It ruthlessly bit at the three-bladed robots with a lightning-like speed. The three-bladed robots couldn't resist it in any way and were bitten by the treacherous plant. Their bodies broke apart and a variety of components were sprayed on the ground. Ear-piercing chewing sounds came from that strange plant. Yang Feng immediately lost contact with the three-bladed robots. After swallowing the three-bladed robots, only then did the treacherous extraordinary plant shrunk and adopted a sunflower-like appearance. Eunice looked at the treacherous extraordinary plant and reminded, "Anima demonic rattan carnivorous flower. This extraordinary plant has a terrifying offensive speed and power. Even level 2 warlocks, as long as they reach their attack range, then they'll also be instantly gobbled up by them. If level 3 warlocks aren't careful, then they also might be instantly killed by them. Their only shortcoming is that their attack range is too short, merely at 30 m. As long as one is outside their range, then with a level 1 elemental offensive spell such as Fireball, one can kill them. Attack!" Yang Feng waved his hand and ordered. 2 gunner robots instantly adjusted their muzzles. Accompanied with flashes of fire, Anima demonic rattan carnivorous flower was bombarded by countless Vulcan cannon shells. The sunflower-like Anima demonic rattan carnivorous flower seemed to have detected mortal danger. It suddenly enlarged into a demonic rattan, more than 20 m long, up to 2 m thick, with countless sharp thorns and beast-like teeth. The countless Vulcan cannon shells bombarded the trunk of Anima demonic rattan carnivorous flower, blowing open fist-sized cavities. Large amounts of white mucus was spilled from its trunk. The Anima demonic rattan carnivorous flower madly twisted itself, issuing traces of beast-like roars. Most up-to-date NOVLS are published on freewabove.com. After several breaths of time, the trunk of Anima demonic rattan carnivorous flower was smashed to pieces under the terrifying shelling. 3-bladed robots quickly stepped forward, brandishing their alloy blades, chopped the Anima demonic rattan carnivorous flower and its terrifying bud into pieces. After killing that anima-demonic rattan carnivorous flower, the three-bladed robots then walked towards the Enlightenment Tree in large strides. Suddenly, in the surroundings of the Enlightenment Tree, an enormous flower blossomed. It was up to 10 m tall. The crystal ball in the middle of its bud instantly burst, resulting in an extremely terrifying dragon might. A dragon breath capable of burning everything immediately shot from within the crystal ball, shooting towards the three mechanical bladed robots. In the blink of an eye, the three-bladed robots were directly turned into ashes as they lacked the power to resist the dragon breath. At the same time, nearly half of the botanical garden was wrecked by that dragon breath and turned into a piece of charred land. Eunice's tender body shuddered slightly. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of fear as she whispered, "Dragon breath! It was actually dragon breath. That's too horrifying." Dragon breath was a dragon's breath attack. An ordinary adult dragon possessed terrifying battle prowess comparable to a great warlock's. An ancient dragon even possessed a terrifying strength comparable to that of a starry sky warlock. The dragon breath of an ordinary adult dragon was capable of inflicting heavy injuries or even kill a great warlock rank expert. Its destructive power was boundless. If one went to pluck the enlightenment fruit without preparations, even if it were to be a great warlock rank expert, being the slightest bit inattentive, then one also would be directly killed by that dragon breath. Yang Feng saw half of the precious botanical garden being destroyed, creased his eyebrows and ordered 3 mechanical bladed robots to go pluck the 9 enlightenment fruits. To seal a dragon breath was extremely difficult, this time. The 3-bladed robots smoothly collected the 9 enlightenment fruits from the enlightenment tree. Just as the 9 enlightenment fruits were successfully plucked, the precious plants within the entire botanical garden suddenly collapsed and withered. The enlightenment tree also instantly withered and condensed into a blue crystal-like seed. Chapter 75, Black Dragon. Chapter 75, Black Dragon. Translator, Xuanhuan. Eunice sighed somewhat regretfully. After the enlightenment fruits are plucked, the enlightenment tree would then absorb the life essence from the surrounding plants and once again condense into an enlightenment seed. If the life essence of the surrounding plants was to be insufficient, then because of the lack of nutrients, the enlightenment tree wouldn't be able to condense into an enlightenment seed. It is because of this property that they could only become fewer and fewer. The enlightenment seed is different from the enlightenment fruit. It requires to be stored in a box carved out of ruby. Only then can its liveness be preserved. A bladed robot gingerly put that enlightenment seed into a box carved out of ruby. After collecting the enlightenment seed, Yang Feng glanced somewhat regretfully at the dilapidated botanical garden. He then took his mechanical legion to proceed further inside the gloom cave. The source of this content is froueol.com. The path following after the botanical garden. Broken bones could be seen everywhere littering the ground, with traces of sinister aura continuously diffusing from those bones. Wreckage of buildings was everywhere, illustrating the terrifying battle that the Gloom Cave's headquarters went through. Yang Feng sent bladed robots to scavenge this place, yet they didn't find any valuable secret treasures. Third Warlock dynasty ceased to exist since several 100,000 of years ago, except for some of the finest secret treasures or secret treasures preserved by some extraordinary methods. The majority of the secret treasures were practically severely corroded and reduced to scraps. Although they didn't found any precious secret treasures, but there were a lot of extremely precious metals among the Gloom Cave's remains. Those extremely precious metals were torn down by the bladed robots. They would act as materials for manufacturing higher-rank battle robots. After walking for approximately 10 kilometers, a patch of densely packed Warlock towers appeared in the middle of Gloom Cave. Found it! Yang Feng's spirits rose, eyes flashed with a touch of excitement, and he quickly moved towards the group of Warlock towers with his mechanical legion. Just as they arrived before the group of Warlock towers, the excitement in Yang Feng's eyes suddenly faded away. That huge group of Warlock towers was practically destroyed, with broken bricks and skeletons littering the ground. It was extremely ghastly. Yang Feng's mind moved. The remaining mechanical legion immediately went amidst the group of Warlock towers and started looking for treasures and other valuable things. The Mechanical Legion shared 3,790 SIXS database, Their identification ability had even surpassed that of a lot of level 1 warlocks. Yet despite this, there weren't too many spoils from among the broken-down warlock towers. They only found a lot of metals that could be used in manufacturing higher-rank battle robots. After a full 3 hours of search, Yang Feng commanded the Mechanical Legion towards the largest and the most lavish warlock tower in the center of the group of warlock towers. At the center of the group of warlock towers was a 300-meter-tall warlock tower. It was missing a great chunk as if directly erased by some kind of terrifyingly enormous power, yet it still emitted powerful fluctuations of power. Eunice looked at that enormous warlock tower, her beautiful eyes flashing with a touch of greed. Mysterious steel magic rock. It's the pinnacle manufacturing material for warlock towers. Every piece of mysterious steel magic rock, even if not blessed, can withstand the attacks of great warlock rank experts. It's entirely made of mysterious steel magic rock. That's really too extravagant. After building such a warlock tower, as long as there are enough experts keeping watch, then even pinnacle starry sky warlocks would have a hard time destroying it. Truly worthy of being a warlock group from 3rd Warlock Dynasty. Yang Feng waved. A bladed robot immediately stepped forward, brandishing its alloy blade, fiercely chopped at the warlock tower. Ding! Accompanied by a crisp sound, the superalloy blade capable of easily chopping a tank into 2 halves was directly broken. At the place where the warlock tower was chopped at, there were no traces left behind. A mechanical gunner robot stepped forward, its 6-barrel Vulcan cannon madly buzzing. It bombarded the warlock tower while spewing numerous shells of fire, issuing bursts of ear-piercing noises. Yang Feng took a closer look after the 6-barrel Vulcan cannon ceased shooting. There weren't any traces left behind on the warlock tower. Yang Feng's eyebrows wrinkled slightly. He waved his hand, a mechanical artillery robot with a 150mm artillery, capable of smashing a tank with 1 shell or seizing the fates of half a football stadium worth of infantry. It immediately launched its artillery. Boom! An artillery shell instantly blasted at the broken warlock tower, issuing an earth-shaking explosion, with countless shrapnel splattering everywhere. After the smoke and dust dispersed, Yang Feng carefully looked at the place where the warlock tower was bombarded. Merely a layer of scorched marks remained, without the slightest harm to the warlock tower itself. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of regret and he cursed softly. Fuck! It's impossible for me to tear this warlock tower apart with my current strength. If that warlock tower made out mysterious steel magic rock could be dismantled and put on sale, then it definitely could be sold for a sky-high price. Then Yang Feng would have enough gold coins and magic stones for his needs. Walking around the warlock tower, a huge hole appeared before Yang Feng. Yang Feng and his mechanical legion directly enter the warlock tower through that hole. Once inside the warlock tower, Yang Feng felt that the space became very wide. Looking around, he practically couldn't spot its boundary. Suddenly, 3790 SIXS, somewhat excited voice, sounded in Yang Feng's mind. Dimensional space technology. Didn't think that the aboriginals of this world actually wielded such technology. It seems like the aboriginal civilization is extremely developed. The dimensional space technology requires the use of dimensional crystals. Master, there is a dimensional crystal in this world. Get the dimensional crystal. With it, the portable fortified stronghold can be completed. The next level of Shizu technology can be unlocked. A bladed robot pointed towards a direction and said, according to the energy reading, it should be in this direction. Yang Feng looked towards the direction pointed out by the bladed robot, only to see an enormous western black dragon, up to a 100m tall, covered in black scales and looking like a mountain of meat. The dragon was entrenched before a black gate. The wings and body of the huge black dragon were impaled by pitch-black chains. On its back was a deep wound, nearly separating it into 2 parts. Large amounts of its scales were no more, revealing a variety of deeply disturbing bruises and scars littering its body. Even so, it still wasn't dead, its heart slowly beating. An enormous transparent crystal was suspended above that huge black dragon. The crystal was engraved with numerous profound and mysterious runes. Within that crystal was a fist-sized dimensional crystal exuding spatial force. Chapter 76, Ancient Black Dragon Vedarnia. Chapter 76, Ancient Black Dragon Vedarnia. Translator, Xuanhuan. After Eunice saw that adult black dragon, her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of fear and she reminded, "This is an adult black dragon. It's the most cruel, vicious, cunning and powerful from among the colored dragons. Its battle prowess are at least comparable to great warlocks. Yang Feng, be careful. Great warlock rank extraordinary life forms are extremely terrifying." Great warlock rank? Well, this is the world of warlocks. Ant-like human female, the Great Vedarnia is an ancient black dragon. According to the power partition of the world of warlocks, my power is at Starry Sky warlock rank. That huge black dragon lying prone on the ground, with only its heart beating, slowly opened its eyes and glanced to the side. A tremendous voice reverberating in the area. Eunice's pretty face paled and her voice shuddered somewhat. Starry Sky Warlock. It turned out to be such a freak. There were no Starry Sky Warlock rank experts in the entire Tyrannid subcontinent. Even if it was on the main continent, Starry Sky Warlock rank experts were formidable beings that could proclaim themselves as hegemons of an area. In Tyrannid subcontinent, even though the 6 great powers had their own merits, yet a Starry Sky Warlock rank expert could dominate the entire Tyrannid subcontinent and become its king. Vedarnia said in a deep voice. The Great Vedarnia is a dragon with boundless wisdom, wielding endless knowledge. Isn't it what you warlocks desire to obtain, that is, knowledge from different planes? As long as you bring me 50,000 people as sacrifice, then I'll impart you with endless knowledge, knowledge that would allow you promote to a Starry Sky Warlock. This is a very favorable exchange for you, is it not? When Eunice heard this, her heart was slightly moved and she looked towards Yang Feng. Starting from the Second Warlock dynasty, human warlocks began to explore the different planes, assimilating their knowledge and creating countless methods for cultivation. Warlock College Antalya had legacy knowledge that makes it possible for one to promote to a great warlock. And knowledge capable of allowing one to promote to a Starry Sky Warlock. Eunice had never heard about it, nor was there any. If Vedarnia really had the knowledge that could allow one practice cultivation until Starry Sky Warlock, so long as one obtained that knowledge, then it was enough to establish a peak power only inferior to the 6 great warlock powers. Yang Feng gave a cold laugh. How could I believe in the words of a black dragon? Black dragons, the most cunning and cruel character among colored dragons. If we'd really brought you 50,000 people as sacrifice, after you escape your entrapment, your first action might be to immediately consume us. A freak with a chaotic evil alignment, if one didn't completely suppress their power, then the best would be not to trade with them. The best choice would be to get rid of them and mold their body and soul into materials. The behavior of those with chaotic evil alignment was simply too erratic. A lot of those beings, once they descend, they would directly eat or slay their believers and those who made deals with them. However, they really have a terrifying power. Moreover, they were very adept at pretending ordinary people didn't know that about them. Vedarnia's eyes flashed with a touch of peculiar radiance, and it said in an extremely amicable manner, "Male human, your knowledge is somewhat biased. There are always good and bad people in every race. Additionally, there are also some exceptions. I'm the exception. I abide by the contract principle and am different among the black dragons. As long as you accomplish the task that I gave you, then I'll protect you and impart you with tremendous knowledge." Yang Feng gave a cold laugh. Sorry, but I don't believe you. A good black dragon is a dead black dragon. Go ahead. Kill it. The remaining 100-odd gunner robots. Their Vulcan cannons instantly spewed out terrifying shell fire, resulting in a metallic storm madly bombarding the black dragon. Vedarnia lowered its head, closed its eyes and said in a deep voice, "There's no use, little ants. Your attacks are basically incapable of harming my body. This is the gap between you ants and myself." The numerous Vulcan cannon shells bombarded Vedarnia's body and then ricocheted, without leaving any traces on the dragon's scales. There was no effect, like pounding a stone mountain with popcorn. "Stop shooting." Yang Feng gloomily waved his hand and the gunner robots immediately stopped shooting. "Artillery robots, you're up." A mechanical artillery robot stepped forward, a 150mm primary artillery extended and aimed at Vedarnia. Boom! Fruibnov.com. A primary artillery shell directly hit Vedarnia's body. The terrifying explosion gobbled up the flesh mountain like Vedarnia. The following scene was unfathomable. After the smoke and dust from the explosion dispersed and Vedarnia's huge body was revealed, that huge body actually didn't suffer any harm. Vedarnia opened its eyes and said with a ridiculing expression, "Male ant, are you giving me a massage? It's quite comfortable. I'd like more of that." Eunice's pretty complexion changed and her beautiful eyes flashed with incredulity. "This is a starry sky warlock extraordinary life form. Too scary. As long as that 150mm primary artillery hits the target, then one shot could kill a level 1 warlock like Eunice. Under such horrifying shellfire, not even a trace of harm was left on Vedarnia. Its terror was evident." Yang Feng gave a cold laugh and ordered, "Impressive. Truly impressive. Vedarnia, if you'd be at your peak condition, then I wouldn't be your opponent. But you're currently nailed to this place, therefore your only end can be death. I've found your weakness. Begin." The remaining 200 bladed robots quickly launched. Their figures shook. With a speed surpassing cheetahs, they madly shot towards Vedarnia. 10 odd bladed robots quickly appeared in front of Vedarnia, brandished their alloy blades and ruthlessly chopped at Vedarnia's scales. Ding, ding, ding. In that series of crisp sound, the alloy blades directly broke. Vedarnia said with an ridiculing expression, "There's no use. These ants can't even breach my scales." Follow current novels on freewebnovel.cm. Suddenly, 3 bladed robots pounced at Vedarnia's huge wound, shooting a superalloy drill bit and ruthlessly stabbing at Vedarnia's wound. The terrific superalloy drill bits revolved madly, forcibly drilling a big hole into Vedarnia's wound, with large amounts of blood spraying out of that hole, littering the ground, resulting in a painful cry emitted by Vedarnia. Yang Feng sneered, "It is true that you're a being with an unrivaled defense, but that wound on your body is too severe. That's your biggest weakness." Chapter 77, A Fierce Siege. Chapter 77, A Fierce Siege. Translator, Xuanhuan. Vedarnia roared furiously. "You fucking little ants. Even if the great Vedarnia is sealed, you still can't match me. All of you go to hell." Vedarnia's meat mountain-like body suddenly stood up, trembling crazily. The chains were stretched taut as if about to break apart. Its wings and tail were already sealed by intertwined chains, unable to budge, but its claws still could budge. Like swatting flies, it slapped those bladed robots with lightning speed. Those mechanical bladed robots couldn't resist and were easily smashed to pieces by Vedarnia's claws, with countless parts splashing on the ground. In less than 5 minutes, all of the 200 bladed robots were smashed by the bruised Vedarnia. After Vedarnia smashed all of the bladed robots, its eyes flashed a touch of a sinister ridicule as it growled, "Lowly male human, the mechanical golems that you so relied on became rubbish. What else do you have in stock? No matter what you put forward, I'll smash your desires time and again and show you the gap between dragons and ants." Eunice's beautiful eyebrows arched and she proposed, "Master, let's forget about it. Let's take care of it another time, after making sufficient preparations. Anyway, it can't escape. After we promote until great warlocks, it still won't be too late to come back and kill it." Yang Feng suddenly chuckled. "Right on time. My reinforcements have already arrived. Vedarnia, if you have the ability, then go ahead and destroy all of my reinforcements." Immediately after finished speaking, bladed robots emerged from the hole and moved towards Yang Feng's location. Vedarnia looked at the arriving bladed robots and gave a cold laugh. "Those scrap metal-like mechanical golems, even 10,000 of them, they still wouldn't be my match. You're wasting your strength in vain." Merely, Vedarnia's sneer very quickly stiffened on its face. The bladed robots nearly endlessly emerged from the hole, seemingly completely filling this space. Eunice saw the densely packed bladed robots and she couldn't help but feel her scalp somewhat numb. The amount of those mechanical golems exceeds 100,000 units. All of them are mechanical golems with battle prowess comparable to pinnacle level 1 warlocks. How could there be so many of them? Yang Feng gave a cold smile and ordered, 10,000 isn't enough to kill you. Then what about 100,000? 300,000? 500,000? Vedarnia. My reinforcements total 500,000 units. Do your best and try kill them all. Move out. 10,000 bladed robots. As if locusts, quickly advanced and pounced on Vedarnia. No, fuck. How could you have so many mechanical golems? Fuck. Vedarnia saw the densely packed bladed robots and issued a mournful lament. After several breaths, Vedarnia and the 10,000 bladed robots started to fiercely fight with each other. Terrifying roars of the dragon incessantly rang through the space, countless mechanical parts splashing all over, with large amounts of bladed robots being smashed by Vedarnia. TH most up-to-date NOVLS are published on freewabove.com. Yang Feng watched as the numerous mechanical bladed robots were crushed, turning into a variety of parts. He couldn't help but say, "Such a savage freak." Vedarnia was already heavily damaged as well as parts of its body being sealed. Moreover, it hadn't eaten anything during several thousand years. But even so, it was still extremely fierce, easily wrecking large numbers of bladed robots. This freak was simply terrifying. If Vedarnia, this ancient black dragon, were to descend upon Earth, then except nuclear warheads, there wouldn't be any other weapons capable of causing it harm. It alone could destroy a state. Every time a bladed robot was destroyed, another one would automatically replace it, always maintaining the scope of 10,000 units fiercely attacking Vedarnia. As Vedarnia was wrecking the 10,000 bladed robots, the countless old scars littering its body were cut open, blood gushing from all over its body and falling to the ground. Merely, the 10,000 mechanical golems still continued to fiercely charge at it, don't giving it any time to recuperate its energy and restore its body. Vedarnia's eyes suddenly became red. It opened its bloody maw and fiercely shot a dragon breath at Yang Feng's location. 1,000 level, 7 shielded robots lifted their shields and started a level 2 protective cover, forming a huge protective barrier to protect in front of Yang Feng's group of 3. The red dragon breath fell onto the protective barrier, then like tearing apart a tissue, burned the protective barrier. The 1,000 level 7 shielded robots were also instantly melting under the red dragon breath. However, the 1,000 shielded robots managed to block for a moment. The figures of Yang Feng's group of 3 shook and they jumped to the side, evading the terrifying dragon breath capable of inflicting heavy injuries on a great warlock. After that terrifying dragon breath passed through the previous position of Yang Feng's group of 3, it continued further and burned 2,000-odd mechanical gunner robots. Yang Feng gave a cold laugh. Dragon breath? You actually still dare to shoot your dragon breath? Truly foolish. How many dragon breaths can you shoot in your current state? 3 or perhaps 5. I still have 10,000 shielded robots for you to casually roast. Dragon breath was one of the strongest offensive means of a dragon. At its peak, a dragon could shoot 200 rounds of dragon breath. Such a heavily injured dragon as Vedarnia, for it to still shoot its dragon breath was simply courting death, consuming its power in vain. After Vedarnia shot its dragon breath, its movements became sluggish. 100-odd bladed robots seized the opportunity and ruthlessly stabbed its wound with their drill bits, forcefully stirring, large amounts of flesh and blood splattering down. Vedarnia roared in pain, waving its claws, directly smashing the 100-odd bladed robots, with steel pieces falling on the ground. After the 100-odd bladed robots were destroyed, the other bladed robots attacked from other positions, not giving Vedarnia the slightest chance to take a breather. Eunice watched as Vedarnia was surrounded and attacked by those densely packed locust-like bladed robots, and her scalp felt slightly numb. Xuanhuan was very excited as she watched this scene. Vedarnia finally could help but roar. Human, spare me, prescind my life. I can sign a soul contract with you and let you become my master. Eunice's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of a peculiar glint. She didn't say anything. Yang Feng gave a cold laugh, his eyes flashing with a touch of ridicule as he mocked. You think I'm stupid? With your soul being 1,000 times stronger than mine. I'm afraid that at the moment, I'll instead be devoured by your soul and become your slave. Black dragons are really cunning, therefore, a good black dragon is a dead black dragon. Chapter 78, Bathing in Dragon Blood. Chapter 78, Bathing in Dragon Blood. Translator, Xuanhuan. Yang Feng obtained a lot of knowledge through great efforts in his studies at Warlock College in Talia. He was well aware of the dangers of signing a soul contract with those formidable beings from different planes. Those terrifying beings that could leap across planes and interact with the world of warlocks were all terrifying experts of at least the great warlock rank. The souls of such terrifying experts were also exceedingly strong. Mortals wishing to sign a master-servant agreement with them was simply courting their own deaths. In Warlock's records, there were a lot of cases of formidable beings signing master-servant contracts with mortals, pretending to be servants of those mortals, tempt those humans to summon them into this world via a blood sacrifice or a variety of other sinister rituals. Then, under the despairing gaze of their masters, directly torture and kill those mortals. Only formidable beings that were at least at the great warlock rank, only they might be able of employing the master-servant contract to bind such powerful and terrifying beings comparable to starry sky warlocks. If Yang Feng coveted Vedarnia's power and signed a master-servant contract with it, then instead, he would be extremely easily devoured by it. Vedarnia roared painfully and waved its giant claws, directly smashing several dozens of mechanical bladed robots to pieces. Spare me. I wield a large amount of knowledge. The knowledge is enough to let you directly promote to a great warlock rank expert. Read 8 chapters at fguyuyobinovel.com only. Yang Feng gave a cold laugh. I just want you to die. Finish speaking, regardless of how Vedarnia pleaded, how it threatened or how it tempted. Yang Feng didn't say another word. He sneered and ordered the practically inexhaustible amount of bladed robots to attack Vedarnia. The frenzied battle lasted for 5 days and 5 nights. 200,000 bladed robots were directly destroyed by Vedarnia. The wreckage of bladed robots could be seen everywhere within the space. FreeOBNL.com. Fucking beast. Lowly male human. If I hadn't been heavily injured nor sealed, then even if you mobilized such a large amount of trash-like mechanical golems, you definitely wouldn't buy my opponent. The whole body covered in blood and riddled with scars, Vedarnia was lying prone on the ground, panting heavily, uttering extremely painful laments. The locust-like bladed robots were all over its body. The bladed robots continuously bored into Vedarnia's wound via their drill bits. They bored into its flesh and wrecked its body. After ceaselessly battling for 5 days and 5 nights, Vedarnia's stamina and power were almost exhausted. It could only powerlessly look in pain as those bladed robots wrecked its body. That's right, Starry Sky Warlock rank extraordinary life forms are really formidable and dreadful. If you were at your peak condition, then I definitely wouldn't be your opponent. But there are no ifs, therefore, die. Through the life force radar, Yang Feng was clearly aware of the gradual weakening of Vedarnia's life force. Yang Feng eventually revealed a trace of a smile. Under the siege of the 500,000 bladed robots comparable to level 1 warlocks, the seriously wounded as well as sealed Vedarnia still managed to get rid of 200,000 of them. Such terrifying battle prowess made Yang Feng speechless. Without the mechanical legion, even in its current seriously wounded condition, Vedarnia could still casually kill someone with a level 3 Apprentice Warlock cultivation. Vedarnia coughed a mouthful of blood. Tears of blood flowed out of its dugout eyes. It asked full of hatred and malice. Petty human? What's your name? Let me know the name of the one who killed the great Vedarnia. Yang Feng said with a laugh. Formidable beings like devils and fiends can curse one via one's name. Moreover, personally saying one's true name has the greatest effect. Vedarnia, you are really remarkable. However, you will certainly die. Amidst Black Cottage's legacy, taboos on how to deal with devils and fiends were recorded. One of them was precisely to never reveal one's name in front of devils or fiends, unless one has the strength to crash them or a secret treasure to defend against their curse. Once one personally revealed one's true name to those treacherous and wicked beings, then those wicked beings could via the true name cast a vicious curse. The most vicious curses could even extend through several tens or several hundreds of generations. Lowly ant, you are so careful. I curse you to have a horrible death. I curse your female descendants to be prostitutes for generations and your male descendants to be slaves for generations. I curse you, so that in your entire lifetime, you won't be able to promote to a warlock. Vedarnia spat vicious curses. Yet it didn't had whatever effect. It was merely its venting. I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. Along with a wretched lament, Vedarnia finally drooped its head powerlessly and became a corpse. Vedarnia died. The formidable life force shrouding its body immediately disappeared. The bladed robots quickly dug out its heart. Vedarnia's heart was the size of a house. Even though it was dead, yet its heart still didn't lose its vitality. It was still unceasingly beating. Every beat would drain large amounts of the dragon's heart blood. Those bladed robots quickly stored the heart in reinforced glass and quickly moved it outside. The reinforced glass was quickly moved out of the Gloom Cave's headquarters and arrived before Yang Feng. A bladed robot at once removed the helmets of Yang Feng, Xuanhuan and Eunice. Yang Feng quickly stripped off his clothes and at once jumped inside the reinforced glass with the dragon heart. Ah! It hurts! Yang Feng soaked in the pool of dragon blood. His skin was quickly corroding and festering, as if being splashed by sulfuric acid. Immense pain came from his skin, making him utter mournful and miserable screams. A dragon's blood had the terrifying effect of evolving a mortal into an extraordinary life form. But ordinary mortals, they were unable to bear the enormous power in the dragon's blood. If mortals under the knight rank were to be sprayed with the dragon's blood, their only outcome would be death. The stronger the effect of the dragon's heart blood, the greater would be the resulting power. Xuanhuan also stripped off her clothing and at once jumped inside the pool of the dragon's heart blood. Watching Yang Feng's painful expression, her thin eyebrows slightly wrinkled. She pointed with a jade finger and the micro-treatment spell immediately fell onto Yang Feng's body. When Yang Feng was brushed by the micro-treatment spell, he felt slightly better, but then in the next moment the stabbing pain once again spread everywhere, as if his entire body was being molten. Yang Feng at once operated Magic Note's Titan art. His entire body appeared to be changing to that of a Titan. His muscles were stretched taut, frantically swallowing the bloodline essence of the dragon's heart blood and merging it into his body. Under the strengthening from the Magic Note's Titan art, Yang Feng's body experienced cycles of breaking and mending. After each cycle of breaking and mending, his flesh and meridians would become even more robust. Chapter 79 Reigns. Chapter 79 Reigns. Translator, Xuanhuan. Eunice glanced at the reinforced glass pool filled with the dragon's heart blood, then clenched her teeth, directly stripped out of her clothes and also jumped inside. She was very clear about how precious the dragon's heart blood was. Within the entire Tyrannid subcontinent, there weren't many people that could enjoy a bath in the heart blood of a Starry Sky Warlock rank dragon. After Eunice entered the pool of the dragon's heart blood, she also clenched her teeth, operated her secret method. Her entire body bloomed with streams of starlight, leading to her body absorbing the power of the dragon's heart blood. Inside the pool of the dragon's heart blood, the faces of Yang Feng and Eunice were twisting. They appeared to be suffering great pains. Only Xuanhuan was relaxed, easily absorbing the power within the dragon's heart blood, without suffering any impact. New novel chapters are published on FruyoBNL.com. After a full hour, only then did Yang Feng felt the power from the dragon's heart blood gradually fading away. He then gently jumped, leaving the pool of the dragon's heart blood. There was already a bathtub prepared. Yang Feng entered the bathtub and cleaned himself. Only when he felt his entire body refreshed did he get out of the bathtub. Yang Feng felt his body brimming with power. His life energy was boiling. He casually punched out, raising a terrifying airflow. Yang Feng ordered, "Scan my body." Initiating scanning. Yang Feng, basic attributes, strength 12.1, agility 12.5, physique 12.7, spirit 13.2. Bloodline, weak concentration of ancient black dragon's bloodline. Soul aptitude, superior level 3. General evaluation classified as a level 7 life form. According to this world's classification, is currently an extraordinary life form possessing battle prowess comparable to a level 1 warlocks. However, without condensing a soul seed and establishing the spirit sea, isn't considered a level 1 warlock. After the bath in the dragon's heart blood, with regards to a variety of spells and curses, possesses strong resistance. According to the current analysis, there is a complete immunity to level 0 offensive spells as well as a great resistance towards level 1 offensive spells. Yang Feng muttered. That black dragon at its peak was a terrifying being with the battle prowess of a starry sky warlocks. I should simply extracted its bloodline and then directly transplant it into my body. After practicing a black dragon-type secret method, I shouldn't mind it and tread the bloodline warlock path. The orthodox warlock path's requirements were very strict towards a person's soul aptitude and also required large amounts of resources to make its treading smoother. People with lacking soul aptitude would basically choose to tread the bloodline warlock path. The greatest weakness of bloodline warlocks was that once they practice cultivation until the limit of that extraordinary life form, then further evolution would stagnate. It would be difficult to advance by even an inch. The advantage of bloodline warlock was the high cultivation rate. Moreover, the lifespan of bloodline warlocks was by far longer than that of orthodox warlocks. From the long-term perspective, treading the orthodox warlock path would undoubtedly greatly develop one's potential. But Yang Feng's soul aptitude was really too lacking, forcing him into choosing the bloodline warlock path. This is the taste of the heart blood of a black dragon. Along with a muffled voice, a 23 or 24 years old, dressed in a black warlock robe with golden short hair, an extremely handsome appearance and exuding a charming temperament from all over the body, a young man slowly walked out from within the woods. Following the handsome young man was an old man with hair and beard all white, and dressed in a manager's clothing. Eunice had also already finished bathing. She wore a silver, low-cut, tight warlock robe. A pair of slender and beautiful legs were faintly discernible, with a touch of fragrance wafting from her. Eunice looked at the young man and said with her thin eyebrows slightly creased, "Rains, what do you think you're doing here?" Rains looked at the beautiful and moving Eunice. Deep in his eyes flashed a touch of greed. Acting as if Yang Feng was heir, he said with a gentlemanlike smile, "Eunice, you both smell of the heart blood of a black dragon. Where is that black dragon?" Eunice didn't pay Rains any attention and took the initiative to speak towards Yang Feng. "Sir, his name is Rains, the most doted upon little son of Black Dragon Tower's Master Anthony Bowright." Black Dragon Tower. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of a peculiar radiance. Black Dragon Tower was one of the 6 strongest warlock powers in Tyrannid subcontinent. Reportedly, the one in control over Black Dragon Tower was a bloodline warlock family with Black Dragon's bloodline. The bloodline of a black dragon was extremely formidable. Adult black dragons were all terrifying beings of the great warlock rank. That bloodline warlock family with Black Dragon's bloodline was in complete control of Black Dragon Tower. Moreover, it was the strongest from among the 6 great powers in Tyrannid subcontinent. Rains swept Yang Feng with a contemptuous glance and threatened loftily, "From these mechanical golems, you ought to be that waste Yang Feng from Steel City. These mechanical golems are quite good. I'm quite fond of them. Offer them to me and then scram. I can spare your pathetic life. Otherwise, with just a sentence from me, your entire Steel City will be wiped out." When Yang Feng heard this, he became furious within. He glanced at the old man beside Rains, his eyes flashing with a touch of dread. Rains' life force was quite lacking when compared with that of Eunice. He was just at the standard of an ordinary level 1 warlock. Yet the life force of the old man beside him was enormous, comparable to that of a level 2 warlock. That old man gave a cold smile and threatened eerily, "Are you deaf? The young master of my family allowed you to offer him those mechanical golems. In other words, do you want to implicate your uncle and the entire Steel City be razed?" Eunice's pretty face became solemn and she said coldly, "Rains, what are you up to? Take a hike or wait for me to go back. See if I don't complain to the council." Rains exposed a trace of a depraved smile. "Beautiful Eunice, I've already been wishing to catch you for a long time, but you have been all along hiding in Warlock College in Talia, making it impossible for me to put my hands on you. But after today, you'll become my beautiful collectible. Either come with me now or wait for my family's old manager Barry invite you back with us. What will you choose?" Barry exposed a trace of a smile. operated his secret method and a formidable life force spread from his body. The level 2 Warlock's terrifying life force oppressed Yang Feng, who had the physical constitution of a level 1 Warlock, somewhat adversely impacting his breathing. Eunice felt cold within, gave the old man Barry beside Rains a deep look and said full of fear, "Rains, you even dare to lay your hands on me? Could it be that you aren't afraid of my father's revenge?" Rains smiled in disdain and said arrogantly, "Starlight Aldrich, that waste has some power inside the Southern States Coalition. But if he dared to come to our Black Dragon Tower, I can assure you that he wouldn't return. Go, take care of them." Chapter 80 Killing Barry. Chapter 80 Killing Barry. Translator, Xuanhuan. In a flash, 5 shielded robots arrived in front of Yang Feng and Eunice. Radiances flashed on their shields and congregated into 5 protective covers in front of the 2 people. 40-gunner robots quickly adjusted their muzzles. The cannons rumbled, spewing shell fire, forming a terrifying metal storm madly blasting at Rains and Barry. Japalura Scales. 1. Barry's complexion changed slightly and he at once cast the level 2 Bloodline innate defensive spell. In a split seconds, pitch-black scales grew from his body. Under the bombardment of the Vulcan cannon shells, traces of sparks were spurting from Barry's body, yet were unable to rip apart the scale armor covering his body. The black robe draping Rain's body flashed and a black protective cover shielded his body, flicking away the shells. "Yang Feng, you even dare to shoot at me? You bastard! You son of a bitch! Barry, kill him. Dig out his heart. Kill him for me." Rain's features became sinister as he madly yelled. His figure shook and he very practically entered the woods. Barry's figure also shook and he disappeared from within the hail of shells. In a split second, Barry appeared in front of the protective wall shielding Yang Feng, his eyes flashing with an extremely vicious radiance. His hands ejected 30 centimeters long claws and ferociously clawed at the protective wall, penetrating it. Ding! Accompanied by a crisp sound, the protective covers of those 5 shielded robots eventually stopped Barry's charge. The 40-gunner robots quickly adjusted their muzzles. Taking the advantage of the gap after Barry's charge, they frantically shot at him. That extremely dense hail of shells bombarded Barry, directly blasting him away. 30 bladed robots seized the opportunity to pounce at him. They brandished their alloy blades and fiercely chopped at Barry. "Fucking toys! Break for me!" Barry howled in rage, his claws directly piercing a bladed robot's protective cover, forcibly tearing it into 2. Boom! In the split second that the bladed robot was being torn into 2, was when the bomb buried inside it exploded. A terrifying shock wave instantly blew Barry away. The defensive strength of the level 2 Bloodline innate spell Japalura Scales cast by Barry was approaching that of the real dragon scales. Even so, the terrifying explosion still shocked him to bleed from his facial orifices. It stirred his internal life energy, resulting in him spiting out a big mouthful of blood. Aim! Fire! The 30 level 7 artillery robots that were hidden at the side locked down on Barry with their primary artilleries and opened fire. Boom! 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 Terrifying artillery shelling frenziedly bombarded at Barry's position without respite. The earth quaked and the mountains shook, smoke and dust everywhere. After the carpet shelling of the primary artillery, the rocket launchers equipped by the level 7 artillery robots emitted flames, crazily launching densely packed mortars at Barry's position. The terrifying explosions practically didn't stop. Radiances from defensive spells flashed around Barry's position, and then were crushed. After the terrifying carpet shelling continued for 5 full minutes, a dozen bladed robots rushed into the still not dispersed cloud of smoke and dust. Shortly after, Barry's severed head and his broken body were carried by the bladed robots. Eunice looked at Barry's severed head and his broken body, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of incredulity. He was killed! They actually killed a level 2 Bloodline Warlock. Barry was, however, a Black Dragon Tower's level 2 Warlock. He wasn't a good-for-nothing from the Fernandro family, Eye of Demonic Snake, or Fong of White Bear. Such an expert was killed so easily. Steel City's Mechanical Golem Legion is too terrifying. Barry was, however, a Black Dragon Tower's level 2 Warlock, and had access to an intact inheritance from Black Dragon Tower. With his terrifying battle prowess as a level 2 bloodline Warlock, he could even somewhat contend against a level 3 Warlock with a somewhat lacking inheritance or even defeat a weak level 3 Warlock. Such an expert against Yang Feng's mixed mechanical legion was killed merely after destroying one bladed robot. That mechanical legion was far more powerful than what Eunice had imagined. Yang Feng looked at the corpse of the level 2 Warlock Barry. He shivered within as he said, "A level 2 Warlock was so easily killed. The Black Dragon Vedarnia was really too strong and too dreadful. Vedarnia was heavily injured as well as sealed. At most, it could only exhibit the strength of a Great Warlock rank expert. A genuine Great Warlock is definitely much stronger than it was. Additionally, those genuine Great Warlock rank experts possess treacherous means. They definitely wouldn't stay still and let themselves being killed by me. In other words, it would be very difficult for me to deal with genuine Great Warlock rank experts with my current strength. I surrender. Don't kill me. I surrender." When Rains saw Barry's body, he promptly screamed in dismay. Rains obediently came out under the escort of 3 bladed robots. Rains' eyes flashed with a touch of hatred and viciousness, yet he lowered his body and said somewhat humbly, "Yang Feng, let me go. I can pay you a ransom. How about 10,000 magic stones? As long as you let me go, then I'll give you 10,000 magic stones." Yang Feng said with a smile yet not a smile, 10,000 magic stones? The most cherished son of Black Dragon Tower's Tower Master. Are you only worth 10,000 magic stones? Rains recovered his calm and said slowly, "My father Anthony has more than just me as his son. 10,000 magic stones. As long as you let me go, then I'll give you 10,000 magic stones. My father set up a secret method imprint and sealed it in my body. If you kill me, then he'll definitely won't let you off." Update D from FREOUBnovel.com. Yang Feng smiled and said, "I want all of the secret methods practiced by your Black Dragon Tower that you know of." Rain's eyes flashed with a touch of appall and he said loudly, "Impossible! Those are the highest classified secrets of my Black Dragon Tower. I definitely can't leak those secret methods. Even if you kill me, I still won't say a word about them. I think that you'll tell me obediently." Yang Feng waved. A bladed robot immediately took out a bottle of liquid nanorobot elixir and went directly towards Rains. Eunice swept the bottle of blood-red liquid nanorobot elixir with a glance. Then her gaze landed on Rains, and she revealed a trace of sympathy. "What are you doing? If you dare to harm me, then my father definitely won't let you of." Rains felt a trace of an ominous premonition within, then screamed loudly and continuously struggled. 2 bladed robots ejected mechanical tentacles and tightly bound Rains. The bladed robot with the vial directly pricked Rains in the neck and injected him with the elixir. "Ah!" Rains' handsome face instantly twisted. He was issuing extremely mournful and miserable shrieks, while continuously rolling on the ground. One https:/n.wikipedia.org/wiki/Japalura. Chapter 81 Planar Passageway. Chapter 81 Planar Passageway. Translator, Xuanhuan. After having a taste of the terrifying liquid nanorobot elixir, Rains became then very quickly obedient and told Yang Feng everything that he knew about Black Dragon Tower's secret methods. The best secret method of Black Dragon Tower was the one that Rains was practicing cultivation with, the Black Dragon Morph. That was a kind of secret method that could only be practiced when one possessed a Black Dragon's bloodline. Once one practiced it successfully, then one could reach the realm of Great Warlocks. Those who practiced it could then employ a type of terrifying art. They could morph into an adult Black Dragon for a short moment. They possessed terrifying defensive strength and extremely formidable powers. They could employ an all-conquering dragon breath, and they wielded dragon language magic capable of raising cities and wiping out states. Rains was the only son that Anthony conceived after promoting to a Great Warlock, Thus, his black dragon's bloodline was very concentrated. Although he was a silk pants without spending too much time and energy on cultivation, he was still easily promoted to an official level 1 warlock. After settling reins, Yang Feng once more put on the helmet. He then controlled a bladed robot within Gloom Cave to fetch the dimensional crystal. After extracting the dimensional crystal, the space inside the Warlock Tower quickly warped, shrinking by several tens of times. At the same time, the chains that locked the black dragon Verdarnia broke apart. After all of the chains had broken apart, the huge bronze gate gradually emerged behind Verdarnia. Along with loud clicking sounds, the huge bronze gate began to slowly open. It revealed a deep and bottomless passageway that was continuously distorting. It was formed from countless strange symbols, merely allowing the entry of one person. As soon as Eunice saw the passageway formed from the countless strange symbols, she turned pale and blurted out, "Planar passageway, a path that leads to another plane." Gloom Cave was even able of creating such a legendary treasure as the planar passageway. That's too unreasonable. Yang Feng was curious and asked, "Planar passageway, what is it? Is it precious?" Regarding the variety of knowledge and experience, Yang Feng simply couldn't compare with such a genius warlock like Eunice. A planar passageway is a passageway that allows a warlock's body to move to a different plane. There are many ways to cross the barrier between planes and enter another plane, such as projections, possessions, reverse summons, etc. But projections, possessions, reverse summons, etc., such ways to descend to another plane have different weaknesses and the power of one's body basically can't be expressed. It's very easy for others to think up countermeasures and kill one. These ways are a far cry in terms of safety for when one moves to another plane via the planar passageway. In order to practice cultivation, we warlocks require a great deal of knowledge and endless resources. Many resources come from other planes. The secret method, Magic Notes Titan art, that Master is practicing, it requires Titan's bloodline from the plane of giants. A lot of methods and arts cannot be practiced without some special resources. A plane with life forms is a tremendous treasure. As long as we conquer such a plane, then we'd get the resources and riches from said plane. Reportedly, every great power at the main continent has one or even several planes as their foundation. This planar passageway represents an unknown plane. Gloom Cave spending a great price to open up this planar passageway. From this one can tell that the plane to where this planar passageway leads to is definitely a plane with life forms and tremendous resources. If we could take control of this plane, then we might obtain reaches of a comparable value to that of the entire Tyrannid subcontinent. This planar passageway might be the only one in the entire Tyrannid subcontinent. Eunice looked at the bronze gate, her beautiful eyes flashing with excitement as she spoke with agitation. Another plane. Yang Feng's eyes also flashed with a touch of incandescence. He fixedly stared at the flashing bronze gate, feeling somewhat excited within. Frubnov.com. Most resources in Tyrannid subcontinent were under the control of large and small warlock groups. Those large and small warlock groups formed a tremendous network of relationships. Yang Feng, in his identity as Steel Lord Yang Yi, wrestling away several cities and towns from Fernandro Principality was already his limit. If he were to continue, then Warlock College Antalya would definitely intervene. The emergence of a new plane meant that Yang Feng would have more space to grow. Additionally, if he could get that new plane's knowledge and specialties, that would spell great riches. Eunice said, however, it's not so simple to maintain a planar passageway. Each time a planar passageway is opened, it would require the consumption of large amounts of magic stones. Gloom Cave sealing that ancient black dragon here, it should be for the purpose of power supply. Now that the ancient black dragon was killed by you, this planar passageway won't be able to be maintained for long. Next time, you will need to use magic stones to open it. There were 36 sockets above the bronze gate. Each socket size matched that of a high-grade magic stone. This meant that 36 high-grade magic stones were required for the planar passageway to open next time. 36 high-grade magic stones. I'm so poor. Yang Feng looked at the 36 sockets as he sighed. The 36 high-grade magic stones were worth more than 500,000 low-grade magic stones. Steel City currently wasn't able to fork out such a terrifying fortune. Actually, crossing planes had its own risks. It wasn't something that ordinary warlocks could afford to play with. Only peak experts such as great warlocks and above would cross planes in order to seek opportunities and riches that could aid them in their cultivation. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Feng still took a step into that whirlpool formed by the countless strange symbols. A chaotic space. Currently in the process of a space jump. Scanning jump coordinates. A series of information constantly flashed within Yang Feng's eyeglasses. Yang Feng's eyes suddenly blurred and he appeared in an extremely wide space. Yang Feng swept the surroundings with his gaze, his eyes emitting a trace of delight. It seems like I've got rich. Visit freeobnovel.com for the Est Envel reading experience. In that extremely wide space, countless gold bars were arranged tidily. Night pearls were embedded in the walls, turning that space into a dazzling sight. At the end of that mountain-like pile of golden bars stood a small crystal altar. A black box was placed in the center of that crystal altar. Just as Yang Feng took a look at this space, the plain passageway formed from countless strange symbols begun to somewhat blur and warp. Fucking low-quality product. It's so shabby. Yang Feng scolded softly and extended his hands. The liquid metal congregated into metal tentacles and instantly shot forward. The tentacles twisted around the black box in the center of the crystal altar and pulled it towards Yang Feng. Only then did Yang Feng step into the plain passageway. Chapter 82. Promoting to a Level 1 Warlock. Chapter 82. Promoting to a Level 1 Warlock. Translator. Xuanhuan. Yang Feng's eyes blurred and then he appeared inside the Gloom Cave's headquarters. That planar passageway formed from the countless strange symbols had almost crumbled at the same time. That huge bronze gate directly shut itself along with clicking sounds. 10 days later, Giant Stone City, in an ordinary aristocratic manner, in a room 3 stories below ground, there were a variety of containers spread around. There was also ware made of transparent glass, reinforced glass, a special kind of glass and crystal, as well as a variety of culture tanks. Yang Feng stood before a human-sized transparent crystal culture tank. Inside the transparent crystal culture tank was a 2-finger-sized lump of blood. The 2-finger-sized lump of blood was constantly rolling. From time to time, it would congregate into the form of a mini black dragon. Traces of terrifying dragon might diffused from that black dragon formed from the lump of blood. That 2-finger-sized lump of blood was a product on which Yang Feng had spent 10 days. Moreover, 3796 had constructed super high-tech Petri dishes to continuously extract and purify the blood. The entire dragon's blood, which weighed 10,000 kg, was purified into merely 2-finger-sized blood essence. That 2-finger-sized blood essence was the black dragon's bloodline that could be transplanted into one's body. Yang Feng pushed a button. A syringe extended from that crystal culture tank and firmly pricked his arm. The 2-finger-sized lump of blood exuding terrifying dragon might, under a mysterious power, directly entered Yang Feng's body through that syringe. When the entire black dragon's blood essence entered Yang Feng's body, he felt as if his entire body was combusting, severe pain spreading throughout his body. His entire body was swelling, almost succumbing to pain. Yang Feng clenched his teeth, madly operating the best secret method of Black Dragon Tower, Black Dragon Morph. His entire body seemed to change to that of a black dragon, resulting in the black dragon's blood essence merging with his flesh and soul. Transplanting different kinds of bloodline into one's body wasn't so simple. If not for the secret method recorded by Black Dragon Tower, Yang Feng rashly transplanting the black dragon's bloodline would have only death as his outcome. Without a corresponding secret method, rashly merging with the bloodline of a different life form, it might result into the survival of one person for every 100 million. Bloodline secret methods such as Black Dragon Morph and Magic Notes Titan Art. There were countless people dying in the experimental process that led to the creation of every one of them. Yang Feng operated Black Dragon Morph. His body seemed to change to that of a black dragon, his blood boiling. Within his sea of knowledge, a soul seed containing the image of a black dragon absorbed countless soul force and slowly took form. The moment after the soul seed took form, the image of a black dragon within the soul seed roared. a terrifying dragon might reverberating in his sea of knowledge, propping up Yang Feng's sea of knowledge. Countless formless and colorless spirit force congregated into traces of faintly discernible gas, forming a spirit sea with Yang Feng's soul seed acting as the core. The spirit sea spread in every direction. Inside the spirit sea, suddenly the spell model Black Dragon Scales was formed. Once the spell model stabilized, strands of mysterious soul force slowly spread from the soul seed. Yang Feng only felt as if there was some kind of restriction being broken inside him, no longer able to bind him once more. An extremely formidable life force and a surging strength gushed out from the deep recesses of his body, flowing in an endless stream. After a long time, Yang Feng opened his eyes flashing brightly. His entire body was brimming with an unspeakable strength and power. Scan my physical constitution. Initiating scanning. Yang Feng, basic attributes, strength 18.1, agility 18.5, physique 18.7, spirit 29.2. This chapter is updated by freewebnovel.com. To bloodline, intermediate concentration of ancient black dragon's bloodline, equivalent to the bloodline of a top-notch adult black dragon. Soul aptitude, inferior level 6. The soul aptitude was greatly promoted after merging with a black dragon's bloodline. General evaluation classified as a level 7 life form. Level 1 Warlock with a pinnacle physical constitution. After the bath in the dragon's heart blood, with regards to a variety of spells and curses, possesses strong resistance. According to the current analysis, there is a complete immunity to level 0 offensive spells as well as a great resistance towards level 1 offensive spells. Evolution potential intermediate can continue with the enhancement by ingesting the dragon blood elixir. Yang Feng operated his formidable spirit force. After sensing the changes in his body's reaction, his eyes flashed with a touch of delight. I've finally promoted to a level 1 warlock. Ordinary Orthodox Warlocks, once promoted to a level 1 Warlock, would have 200 to 300 years of lifespan. By gathering some life-extending items, one could extend one's lifespan to 300 to 400 years. But Bloodline Warlocks, according to the transplanted Bloodline's life force, would have different lifespans. What Yang Feng had transplanted were the ancient Black Dragon's bloodline. Even if he didn't do anything with just his strength as a level 1 Warlock, he would still possess a lifespan of at least 1,000 years. That's precisely the advantage and terror of Bloodline Warlocks. If not for the fact that in the later stages of practicing cultivation as a Bloodline Warlock, one would suffer from the shackles of the bloodline as well as it being difficult to obtain the bloodline of a formidable being, Orthodox Warlock path would very likely have been eliminated a long time ago. In fact, the Second Warlock dynasty was the only dynasty mostly composed of Bloodline Warlocks, with Orthodox Warlocks being almost void of living space. Yang Feng thought somewhat regretfully, top-notch concentration of adult Black Dragon's bloodline, which is to say, without doing anything, I could just wait for some time and slowly promote to a level 3 Black Dragon Bloodline Warlock. I'd only encounter difficulties when promoting to a Great Warlock. It's a pity, if I could kill 2 more ancient Black Dragons and extract their bloodline. Only then could I obtain the complete Ancient Black Dragon's bloodline. With Ancient Black Dragon's bloodline, even if I didn't do anything, I could still slowly promote to a Great Warlock rank expert, and only when promoting to a Starry Sky Warlock would I encounter a bottleneck. Top-notch concentration of adult Black Dragon's bloodline. Such formidable bloodline was already enough for Yang Feng to slowly promote to a level 3 Warlock without doing anything. That was precisely the terror of a Bloodline Warlock. Bonnie, the master of Black Cottage, he had painstakingly practiced cultivation during his life, yet he still couldn't pass through his bottleneck and promote to a level 2 Warlock. The difficulties that Warlocks face when promoting could be imagined. After Yang Feng felt the changes in his body, he contemplated for a while and then immediately put on the helmet. Giant Stone City in yet another manner, in a space 3 stories below ground. The space had 10 thick walls made of superalloy. A liquid metal robot quickly twisted and took Yang Feng's appearance. After the process of taking appearance had finished, then Yang Feng went to the center of that space and carefully picked up the black box that he had gotten from the Gloom Cave's headquarters. Warlock's means were comprised of oddities of every description, There was no lack of formidable curses attached to many treasures. Even if Yang Feng had promoted to a level 1 warlock, yet he was also unwilling to have a warlock's curse being attached to him. Chapter 83 Strange Movements of the Dark Elves. Chapter 83 Strange Movements of the Dark Elves. Translator, Xuanhuan. Yang Feng opened that black box. He only saw a dark green bead lying quietly inside the box, without any abnormalities. Initiating scanning. Didn't discover any negative energies. Didn't discover any strong force field. This item doesn't have any negative status spells attached to it. This item has no energy fluctuations. This item isn't part of the database, unable to be identified. A series of scanning information was quickly transmitted towards the chip inside of Yang Feng's head. From the scanned data, it could be seen that the dark green bead was merely an ordinary bead without any power. In Tyrannid subcontinent, the surface world was the dwelling of the humans. But the underworld was where many hellions, dark elves, gnomes, dark dwarfs, fiends, vampires, demonic beasts, devils, and other darkness-attributed life forms existed. Most of the various strange darkness-attributed life forms in the underworld were slaves, pets, and products of taboo research seized from other planes by the ancient warlocks. Then, after luckily escaping from those warlocks, they hid inside the underworld and lived their challenging lives. The underworld was originally a site established by the ancient warlocks for the purpose of tempering low-level warlocks. But along with the collapse of the 8th Warlock dynasty, the splendor of the ancient warlocks faded away. The site that originally was only meant for tempering low-level warlocks had already turned into the most dangerous area in Tyrannid subcontinent. The underworld was littered with various fierce and formidable darkness-attributed life forms. Even great warlock rank experts, if they were to be the slightest bit inattentive, they would also fall there. Tyrannid subcontinent, third layer of the underworld. Surrounded by beautiful and extremely bewitching carnivorous plants lied a luxurious and refined large city. It occupied an extremely wide area and wasn't any bit inferior to Giant Stone City. Dark elves could be seen everywhere within the large city. They were beautiful and alluring. They had dark skin and a pair of pointy ears. In the center of that large city lied an up to 500 m tall resplendent shrine. Inside that up to 500 m tall resplendent shrine was a dozens of meters tall idol of a goddess. The upper body was that of a peerless beauty with long golden hair and luscious curves, while the lower body was that of a ferocious, hideous, and terrifying large spider. This goddess represented the faith of the Dark Elves and was known as Goddess Lolth, the ruler of the Dark Elves. Follow current novels on freewebnovel.cm. Shortly after Yang Feng opened the black box, the black elven idol of a goddess seemed to come to life. Terrifying fluctuations of power instantly spread from it and shrouded the entire city. O mighty ruler of the Dark Elves, you are our ruler. You are our mother. You are our guide. You are our mighty protector. You are our light in this endless darkness. Praised be you. Your divine power shall envelop the endless plains. We are willing to be your fangs and tear apart your enemies. We are willing to be your shield and resist all the attacks unleashed upon you. Please protect us and grant us strength. Please guide us towards glory. All of the Dark Elves in the city instantly felt those familiar, formidable fluctuations of power. Regardless of what they were doing, they all at once prostrated themselves on the ground and loudly praised the goddess of their faith. The prayers of countless Dark Elves congregated into traces of faith power that merged with the idol of Lolth, which resulted in the idol releasing even greater fluctuations of power. An unmatchedly beautiful Dark Elf was wearing a refined and revealing dress, with a fiery and luscious figure and large patches of skin revealed all over her body. On her head was a crown entirely carved out of mithril and embedded with precious gems. Her entire body was emitting a bewitching charm. She was followed by 13 extremely beautiful female Dark Elves as she entered into the shrine. That Dark Elf with the unmatched beauty and exuding a bewitching charm from all over her body. Her body was shrouded by a formidable life force. Her name was Xuanhuan, and she was the great matriarch of the third layer of the underworld in Tyrannid subcontinent. The 13 extremely beautiful female Dark Elves following her were the matriarchs of the 13 Dark Elven tribes. As soon as they entered the temple, The 14 dark elves immediately prostrated themselves on the floor. They prayed to and praised the goddess of their faith. A trace of golden divine light was emitted from the idol of the goddess Lolth, before entering the space between the eyebrows of the matchlessly beautiful dark elf. Soon after, the matchless pressure disappeared and the idol recovered its usual aura. The mighty ruler of the dark elves passed down a divine decree. The holy war has officially started. After Xuanhuan got up from the ground, with an awestruck expression, she lifted the scepter in her hand and proclaimed loudly, "The holy war! Long live the mighty ruler of the dark elves! Long live forever and ever! The holy war! Long live the mighty ruler of the dark elves! Long live forever and ever!" Waves of zealous cheers were wantonly spread within the shrine. Within the large city constructed by the dark elves, inside a hot spring, a young man with a handsome appearance and short blue hair was currently having fun with a dozen beautiful female dark elves. The waves of cheers entered the hot spring. The holy war? Fuck! We aren't ready yet. That young man creased his eyebrows as he cursed. His figure shook and he directly disappeared. The magnificent, luxurious and imposing imperial palace of the Dark Elf's palace. Inside a small palace, the great matriarch Xuanhuan was wearing a refined and revealing silver robe. Her pair of large milk jugs as well as her pair of slender and elegant legs were faintly discernible in that revealing robe. She exuded a languid temperament from all over while reclining on a white tiger fur sofa. She was wantonly playing around with an 11 or 12-year-old little female dark elf in her embrace, making that little female dark elf blush up to her ears while emitting strange sounds. The young man from before pushed open the door, entered and sat beside Xuanhuan. He then said icily and with a gloomy face, "Xuanhuan, why do you want to start the holy war now? We haven't yet carried out all of the necessary preparations." Xuanhuan said languidly, "Gree, this was the divine decree that our goddess passed down." A divine decree? Fuck. Once Gree heard that, he could only helplessly curse. He had to swallow every one of his interjections. Races that possess faith in gods, they couldn't violate a divine decree. Even if Gree spoke out his many misgivings yet, he definitely wouldn't be able to persuade Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan also wouldn't be able to violate the divine decree. Or else, she would lose the god's blessing as well as the god's unpredictably terrifying powers would give rise to a backlash, burning her to cinders. Chapter 84 Portable Fortified Stronghold. Chapter 84 Portable Fortified Stronghold. Translator, Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan said mildly, "Gree, act with us." Gree pondered for a while, then said with a light smile, "We will act at the right time, but before taking action, we'll certainly try our best to support you. After all, we have a common enemy." Xuanhuan swept Gree with a glance, then said coldly, "All right, there's nothing more to talk about, you can leave." Updated from freeobnul.com. "Then I won't disturb you anymore." Gree gave a slight smile. His body changed into blue smoke and he disappeared. "What a pity." Xuanhuan looked at Gree fading back, then issued a difficult-to-interpret sigh. Giant Stone City. After Yang Feng confirmed that the dark green bead didn't come with any curse, only then was the dark green bead sent to his true body. In the end, what kind of treasure is this bead? Why would the people of Gloom Cave make so much effort and store it in a treasure box? Yang Feng took that dark green bead and continuously fiddle with it. He hesitated for a moment and then immediately poured in his spirit force. When Yang Feng poured his spirit force inside the dark green bead, the bead then flashed brightly and madly absorbed his spirit force. Yang Feng was shocked. He then operated Black Dragon Morph in an attempt to rein in his spirit force. Only that he was unable to control his spirit force and the mysterious dark green bead continued to absorb it, nearly sucking him dry. Yang Feng contemplated somewhat unwillingly. Am I going to be sucked dry and become a waste? Once all of the spirit force inside the spirit sea was sucked dry, then Yang Feng's soul seed would receive a heavy hit and even directly collapse. Once his soul seed collapses, then Yang Feng would become an idiot. The moment Yang Feng's spirit force was about to be completely devoured. Suddenly, An immaculate spirit force was sent back from the dark green bead and entered his spirit sea. In Yang Feng's spirit sea, that originally invisible gaseous spirit force suddenly congregated into traces of mist, the density of the spiritual force increasing by a level. That dark green bead continuously absorbed Yang Feng's spirit force and then sent back traces of immaculate spirit force into Yang Feng's spirit sea. The process seemed to have no end. When Yang Feng sensed the spirit force transmitted from the dark green bead, his eyes flashed with a touch of delight. It's a truly exquisite secret treasure. Having it is equivalent to incessantly cultivating one's spirit force. With it, my cultivation rate increases at least 5-fold. For Warlocks, spirit force cultivation was crucial. There were requirements for a lot of spells in terms of spirit force. Level 2 Warlocks could suppress Level 1 Warlocks with merely the pressure from their spirit force. That was precisely because their spirit force was by far stronger. Yang Feng's mind moved. A liquid metal robot beside him twisted and warped, wrapping itself around the dark green bead and changing into a pendant, which then vined itself on Yang Feng's neck. Currently, I already have the strength of a Level 1 Warlock. That's my personal strength. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. He extended his right hand. His mind moved slightly and black dragon scales immediately covered his right hand. Simultaneously, his right hand also transformed into a dragon-like paw, from which 30 centimeters long claws were ejected. That terrifying claws could easily shred the defensive force field of a Level 2 Warlock. After Yang Feng crossed into the world of Warlocks, from then on, he was always feeling very perturbed, madly pursuing power and knowledge. He was afraid that 3796 and the huge mechanical legion would suddenly disappear. If this were to happen, then he'd lose his greatest backer and it would be very difficult for him to survive in this world of Warlocks. Now that he had finally promoted to a formal Level 1 Warlock, even if 3796 and the mechanical legion were to suddenly disappear, he could still live very comfortably in the world of Warlocks. Feeling free of worries, Yang Feng walked out of the cellar and immediately entered an elevator. Go towards the control center of the portable fortified stronghold. Yes, Master. A synthetic voice was heard inside the elevator. The elevator started quickly and took Yang Feng even deeper underground. The door of the elevator opened and Yang Feng stepped out. A wide space of several square kilometers suddenly appeared before Yang Feng. In the center of the vast space was suspended an enormous silver-colored metal sphere. The sphere was several dozens of meters in diameter and was covered in countless profound veined patterns. There were 360 cockpit seats inside that space. Every cockpit seat had identical pilot sighting in them. Inside that space, there were various apparatus by far exceeding the technology on Earth. If any of those apparatus were to be sold on Earth, then they would definitely garner an astronomical price. Even just analyzing the structure and the material production of one of those apparatus could let a state's material production technology make a leap and become the most advanced on Earth. This was precisely the interior of the portable fortified stronghold that could contend against a Level 10 lifeform. That space of several hundred square kilometers made use of the dimensional crystal as well as dimensional techniques to be set up. The free use of dimensional techniques was precisely the symbol of a Level 1 fortified stronghold. Give me the overview of the new troops that currently can be manufactured. Yang Feng went towards the captain cockpit seat, sat down heroically and ordered indifferently. Yes, Master. Bladed robot, 6 meters tall, 6 tons of weight, equipped with 8 high-frequency oscillation blades, capable of cutting through Level 5 protective cover. Equipped with Level 2 protective cover, equipped with a high-energy crystal propulsion furnace, capable of operation within a radius of 1,450 kilometers. Overall production requirement, 1,500 Kuan of energy. General evaluation of fighting strength, Level 8. Gunner robot, 5 meters tall, 18 tons of weight, equipped with 4 Gauss rifles, equipped with 2 Gauss cannons, equipped with Level 2 protective cover, equipped with a high-energy crystal propulsion furnace, capable of operation within a radius of 1,450 kilometers, carrying capacity of 40,000 rounds. Overall production requirement, 1,500 Kuan of energy. General evaluation of fighting strength, Level 8. Artillery robot, 5 meters tall, 38 tons of weight, 24-barrel rocket launcher, guided missile launcher, 300 millimeters artillery, 200 millimeters laser gun, equipped with level 2 protective cover, equipped with a high-energy crystal propulsion furnace, capable of operation within a radius of 1,450 kilometers, carrying capacity of 40,000 rounds. Overall production requirement: 3,800 Kuin of energy. General evaluation of fighting strength: Level 8. Artillery robot, 8 meters tall, 60 tons of weight, equipped with high-frequency oscillation blades, equipped with a high-energy crystal propulsion furnace, capable of operation within a radius of 1,450 kilometers, equipped with level 2 protective cover and a variety of defensive equipment. Overall production requirement: 3,800 Kuin of energy. General evaluation of fighting strength: Level 8. Special Forces, Dragon-Scaled Mechanical Warrior, 1.7 meters tall, equipped with a micro-super high-energy crystal propulsion furnace, capable of operation within a radius of 1,000 kilometers. Overall production requirement: 5,000 Kuin of energy and ancient black dragon scales. Has a terrifying defensive strength and has resistance against level 4 spells. General evaluation of fighting strength: Level 9. A 100 units can be manufactured with the currently available materials. Special Forces Mechanical Black Dragon, 50 meters tall, 1,368 tons of weight, equipped with an artificial dragon breath gun, equipped with a super energy magic core propulsion furnace, capable of operation within a radius of 10,000 kilometers. Overall production requirement: 5 million Kuin of energy, ancient black dragon scales, ancient black dragons' magic core, 1 high-grade soul stone, 10 units of dimensional crystals. General evaluation of fighting strength: Level 10. Because of the embedded soul stone has a potential for evolution. 1 unit can be manufactured with the currently available materials. Please note, if the mechanical black dragon is selected to be manufactured, then the remaining materials can only be used to manufacture 5 dragon-scaled mechanical warriors. If more than 5 dragon-scaled mechanical warriors are manufactured, then the mechanical black dragon manufactured won't be complete and its battle prowess would be decreased to some extent. Chapter 85 Virtual Reality Battle Cabin. Chapter 85 Virtual Reality Battle Cabin. Translator: Xuanhuan. Dimensional Personnel Carrier, 3 meters tall, 38 tons of weight, equipped with level 2 protective cover, equipped with a high-energy crystal propulsion furnace, microdimensional space, capable of operation within a radius of 1,450 kilometers, capacity of the internal dimensional space: 30 by 60 by 60. Overall production requirement: 1,000 Kuin of energy, 0.1 units of dimensional crystals. Phantom Hunter, 3 meters tall, 8 tons of weight, equipped with optical stealth system, equipped with a high-energy crystal propulsion furnace, multifunctional assassination arsenal, capable of operation within a radius of 1,000 kilometers. Overall production requirement: 10,000 Kuin of energy. General evaluation of fighting strength: Level 8. Jetpack. Once equipped, a variety of primary battle robots would gain the ability of flight. Overall production requirement: 5,000 Kuin of energy. Raptor Hunter, a flying beast combat unit. Equipped with level 2 protective cover, equipped with a high-energy crystal propulsion furnace. Capable of operation within a radius of 2,000 kilometers. Overall production requirement: 5,000 Kuin of energy. Small automatically moldable simplified portable stronghold, equipped with level 4 protective cover, equipped with a large high-energy crystal propulsion furnace, small dimensional space, capable of operation within a radius of 10,000 kilometers, capacity of the internal dimensional space, 100 by 500 by 500. Overall production requirement: 10,000 Kuin of energy, 1 unit of dimensional crystals, 5,000 tons of steel. General evaluation of fighting strength: Level 9. Large Hydrophiny-type cruiser, equipped with level 4 protective cover, equipped with a large high-energy crystal propulsion furnace, capable of operation within a radius of 10,000 kilometers, Capacity of the internal dimensional space, 100 by 500 by 500. Overall production requirement, 10,000 Kuan of energy, 1 unit of dimensional crystals, 50,000 tons of steel. Sea Dragon aircraft carrier, provided with 1,000 primary battle aircraft, equipped with level 4 protective cover, equipped with a large high-energy crystal propulsion furnace, capable of operation within a radius of 10,000 kilometers, capacity of the internal dimensional space, 100 by 500 by 500. Built-in with the ability of manufacture and repair of primary battle aircraft. Overall production requirement, 500,000 Kuan of energy, 1 unit of dimensional crystals, 500,000 tons of steel. Dimensional crest, capacity of the internal dimensional space, 100 by 500 by 500. Overall production requirement, 10,000 Kuan of energy, 1 unit of dimensional crystals. Virtual reality battle cabin can completely simulate the battle abilities of life forms whose memories have been read and reproduce battle scenarios. It serves to improve one's combat ability. Freewebnovel.com. After the construction of the Level 1 portable fortified stronghold was completed, the equipment of the primary battle robots had an overall upgrade, promoting by a level. At the same time, a large number of formidable military weapons and special forces emerged. The special forces emerged as a result of Yang Feng killing the ancient black dragon Vedarnia and 3,796, analyzing the materials from its body. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of incandescence and he immediately ordered General Evaluation of Fighting Strength, Level 10, which means that this mechanical black dragon has battle prowess comparable to a great Warlock's. Moreover, it still can evolve. Truly terrific. Immediately start the construction of the mechanical black dragon. Yes, Master. If a mechanical black dragon with fighting strength comparable to that of a great Warlock were to appear in Steel City, then its power would make a leap upwards and it would be only second to Warlock College Antalya and the other 6 great powers. The source of this content is freewebnovel.com. After the Level 1 portable fortified stronghold was established, with the large matter and energy converter, the production of dimensional crystals became by far simpler and easier than before. With Yang Feng's current power source, he could convert 100 units of dimensional crystals within a day. Yang Feng didn't need to go around and strenuously look for dimensional crystals. 3796 asked, "The present steel reserves aren't sufficient. Should the old models of primary battle robots be smelted and then manufactured into higher-tier primary battle robots? At the present, Steel City's entire sphere of influence has become a huge munitions factory. Every day, large amounts of various ore were mined and then manufactured into primary battle robots. However, Steel City's sphere of influence was limited and the various veins of ore were also very limited. Under the terrifying mining efficiency of Yang Feng's enormous mechanical legion, the ore veins began to dry up. Yang Feng's mechanical legion was restricted by the resources. It was unable to continue with its crazy expansion. As for Steel City's tax revenue, all of it was focused on Yang Feng, with a part of it being used to purchase large quantities of ore, with the rest being used on the salaries and Yang Feng's private use. Yang Feng pondered for a while and said, "If there's a of lack of or then smelt the old models of primary battle robots." Affirmative. After Yang Feng issued a series of manufacturing orders, only then did he left the insides of the portable fortified stronghold. "Sadly, my sphere of influence is too small and the development is too limited. It looks like I need to establish a source of revenue, or the trifling Steel City won't be able to meet my requirements in practicing cultivation. That's right. I can sell elixirs such as Blue Mirage Banshee Elixir, Mermaid Tears Elixir, and Dragon Blood Elixir, each vial being able to garner a hefty price." Yang Feng was thinking while walking. His eyes suddenly shined and he revealed a trace of a smile. Blue Mirage Banshee Elixir, Mermaid Tears Elixir, and Dragon Blood Elixir. These 3 were some of the finest elixirs. Being restricted by materials and technology, the success rate of the pharmacists refining those 3 types of elixirs was very low. Yang Feng had a large material and energy converter and could easily synthesize those 3 types of elixirs. They'll definitely garner a high price once put on sale. Yang Feng suddenly asked, Can the high-frequency oscillation blade pierce through Vedarnia's scales? When they battled with Vedarnia, Yang Feng's level 7 bladed robots were practically unable to cut open Vedarnia's scales. If not for the large amount of old wounds on Vedarnia, he basically would be unable to kill this terrifying ancient black dragon. The high-frequency oscillation blade is able to cut open Vedarnia's scales. However, according to the current data analysis, if Vedarnia were to be in his heyday, then the second-generation primary battle-bladed robots would practically be unable to defeat it, unless there was a way to limit its movements. Yang Feng pondered for a moment and then ordering, after the construction of the mechanical black dragon is finished, transfer half of the resources to synthesize the following 3 types of elixirs: Blue Mirage Banshee Elixir, Mermaid Tears Elixir, and Dragon Blood Elixir. Yes, Master. Next it's time to upgrade my combat ability. Yang Feng took a deep breath, walked towards the place where the oval-shaped virtual reality battle cabin was set aside and entered it. Please choose the landscape: grasslands, desert, plains, city, ocean, hills, forest, swamp, or a mixed landscape. I choose level 1 Warlock Bonnie as my opponent and plains as the location of the battle. Understood. Starting computing. Finished computing. Godspeed. Yang Feng's vision blurred and he discovered that he had appeared in a plains with a radius of several hundred kilometers. 100 meters in front of him stood an old fellow. It was Bonnie, Black Cottage's master. Initiating battle. An instant after the voice sounded, Bonnie opposite to him silently recited an incantation, waved his hand, and the level 1 spell Extreme Weakening immediately enveloped Yang Feng. Black Dragon Scales. Yang Feng instinctively launched the spell. Black dragon scales grew from his body in a flash, protecting him. Chapter 86, Crazy Training. Chapter 86, Crazy Training. Translator, Xuanhuan. When the spell Extreme Weakening fell onto Yang Feng, he immediately felt 1/3 of his body's strength leave him, becoming weakened. I'm going to rip you apart. Yang Feng's eyes flashed fiercely. His figure shook and he rushed at Bonnie. With top-notch Black Dragon bloodline and after Yang Feng begun practicing Black Dragon morph, his physical constitution by far outmatched that of Bonnie. According to reason, he should be a being without equals among the same rank. Bonnie looked coldly, recited an incantation and pointed at the ground. Thick vines extended from the ground and engulfed Yang Feng like tentacles. Yang Feng's complexion changed greatly. He brandished his dragon's claws, directly chopping those vines into countless fragments. The moment those vine fragments fell to the ground, a fiend's claw pierced at Yang Feng's heart, directly digging it out. What happened? My physical constitution and the power of bloodline are obviously much more formidable than Bonnie's. A sharp pain was transmitted from Yang Feng's heart. His vision turned black and he directly disappeared from that world. freewebnov.co. Host's combat ability is relatively low. It is recommended to reduce the degree of the combat. Sky Knight Kanea would be a very good match for you. Then I choose Kanea as my opponent. Combat landscape, plains. Understood. Yang Feng's eyes blurred and he once again appeared in the plains. Kanea stood 50 meters in front of him. Initiating battle. The moment after the signal was given, Kanea's figure shook, holding a scimitar. The strong life force released from all over his body formed into a life force cover. He darted towards Yang Feng like a gust of wind. Black Dragon Scales. The instant after Yang Feng automatically cast his innate spell, still not having thought of how to cope with the situation. He was already ruthlessly cut by Kanea's scimitar, falling to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. Were it not for the defensive strength of Black Dragon Scales being powerful enough, he would have already been dead. After Kanea's heavy hit landed on Yang Feng, Kanea then directly dropped his scimitar. Resorting to his grappling skills, dislocated Yang Feng's joints one after another, then grabbed Yang Feng with extreme viciousness and ruthlessly pounded him against the ground. The most up-to-date novels are published on freewebnovel.com. After being tortured for 3 minutes, his whole body being in sharp pain, only then did Yang Feng died. His vision became dark and he immediately disappeared from that world. Fuck. My actual combat ability is really too low. Reduce the degree of the combat, adjust to the degree of a great knight. Yang Feng ordered while somewhat annoyed. Yang Feng quickly appeared in the plains. Opposite to him was a great knight. The difference between the great knight and Yang Feng in terms of physical constitution was truly too great. Yang Feng could clearly see the great knight's each and every move. Then after the other arrived, a fist blew the great knight away. After regaining a bit of confidence, Yang Feng then started choosing Earth Knights as his opponents. Although Earth Knights were somewhat troublesome, but with Yang Feng's freak-like physical constitution, he could still easily get rid of them. Yang Feng then started choosing Earth Knights and level 3 Apprentice Warlocks as his opponents, continuously enhancing his combat ability in the virtual reality battle cabin. Inside the virtual reality battle cabin, Yang Feng's various types of combat abilities were enhanced at a terrifying rate. After each battle, Yang Feng would reflect on his shortcomings, and then continue with the enhancement of his combat abilities. 2 days later, Yang Feng begun to choose Sky Knight Kinea to battle with. With a physical constitution superior to that of Kinea, adding on the innate spell Black Dragon Scales, Yang Feng erupted with terrifying battle prowess. Finally, with an attitude of neither side wins, resulted in Kinea being grinded down until he died. The first time after defeating a Sky Knight, Yang Feng's heart was brimming with delight, and he threw himself into battles with even more excitement. With Kinea as his opponent, he continuously tempered his combat abilities. Every day, Yang Feng would construct new level 1 spell models inside his Spirit Sea. After successfully constructing them, he would then enter the virtual reality battle cabin and continue to battle with Kinea. Kinea, who originally could quickly and easily beat Yang Feng, became now a target, whom Yang Feng trampled and tested his spells on. After it became easy for Yang Feng to dispose of Kinea, only then did he choose to do battle with Bonnie, the master of Black Cottage. Although Bonnie was equally a level 1 Warlock rank expert, but as an official Warlock, he was several times stronger than a Sky Knight like Kinea. Yang Feng's fight against Bonnie was completely one-sided. Even though Yang Feng's overall physical constitution was above Bonnie's, yet he still was beaten up badly by Bonnie's various spells and then died over and over again. After every death, Yang Feng would bitterly ponder and try to find a solution. Additionally, he would learn how to fight from Bonnie, practice new spells, and upgrade his battle prowess. Although Bonnie, the master of Black Cottage, was merely a pinnacle level 1 Warlock, the Fiend bloodline that he had transplanted, even though it was merely intermediate Fiend bloodline, yet it also made him very formidable. Coupled with his more than 100 years of cultivation and his very abundant battle experience, he was nearly invincible among the same level and was comparable to the weakest level 2 Warlock. Even though Yang Feng had implanted the top-notch Black Dragon bloodline, he still wasn't Bonnie's match. However, during his continuous battles, he changed at a terrifying rate and all of his potential was completely stimulated. A month later, in the plains, with a body littered with bruises, Yang Feng finally clawed out Bonnie's heart. "Ah, I finally killed him." Yang Feng faced the sky and let out a long shout. His shout was full of unspeakable joy. Within this month, however, Yang Feng had been abused by Bonnie. He didn't know how many times he had died, and now he finally defeated Bonnie. This was a testimony of his strength genuinely crossing the boundary of pinnacle level 1 Warlock. Exiting the virtual reality battle cabin, Yang Feng went directly to the bathhouse of Giantstone City's palace. He undressed and jumped inside. In a flash, a feeling of warmth and comfort filled Yang Feng's body, eliminating his fatigue. "Master, may I wash your back?" Yang Feng opened his eyes, only to see the figure of the fiery and alluring Judy. With twin peaks the size of small cantaloupe melons and dressed in a faintly transparent silk dress, she came over with a bashful smear on her pretty face. Yang Feng looked at the fiery and alluring Judy. She was exuding an aura full of charm. His eyes were almost spitting fire and his mouth was dry, lust erupting from within. He jumped straight out of the bath. As Judy was crying out in surprise, he took the fiery and well-developed young girl into his embrace and pressed her down beside the bath. Chapter 87, Black Dragon City. Chapter 87, Black Dragon City. Translator, Xuanhuan. It seems that after I got the Black Dragon bloodline transplanted, my control over certain cravings decreased somewhat. Inside the pool of the bathhouse, Yang Feng looked at Judy in his embrace. At the moment, the beautiful bombshell of a young girl, Judy from the Sanger family, had her entire body flushed, her eyes tightly closed, gasping slightly. She was curled up in Yang Feng's embrace like a powerless little kitten. Her beautiful appearance made Yang Feng's heart stir slightly. After crossing into the world of warlocks, Yang Feng had always been in a panic-stricken state, crazily upgrading his strength and learning any knowledge that he could. From the time when the beautiful and young Judy was delivered to his doorstep to now, this was the first time that he had enjoyed this tasty treat. I'm already a level 1 warlock and am no longer an ant that could be squashed to death. Having some free time and enjoying myself isn't too bad either. Yang Feng caressed Judy's smooth skin, the corners of his mouth rising slightly, revealing a hint of smile. However, my enemies are also very powerful. I should never stop mowing forward. Yang Feng thought of Starlight Aldrich and got a headache. Eunice was under Yang Feng's control. She had honestly submitted to him. Starlight Aldrich had laid down countless defenses on her body. Otherwise, Yang Feng would have already swallowed her whole. New novel chapters are published on FruyoBNL.com. Yang Feng's scalp felt slightly numb at the thought of being enemies with the strongest existence in Tyrannid subcontinent. That is, a great warlock. The fighting strength of the mechanical black dragon was comparable to a great warlock's, but its means couldn't compare to those of a genuine great warlock. If a terrifying existence such as Starlight Aldrich wished to kill a level 1 warlock like Yang Feng, he wouldn't need to exert himself. I have 4 choices in my current plight. The first is to explore the treasure trove of an ancient god. The second is to leave for a different plane. The third is to leave for the Black Dragon Empire. The fourth is to leave elsewhere under a different name. The danger and difficulty level of an ancient god's treasure trove is too high. The difficulty level in different planes is unknown. A formidable existence can go anywhere in the world, but for me to leave this place with my current strength would be very unwise. According to Reigns, the Black Dragon Empire would be a pretty good choice. With him, my development in Black Dragon Empire would be that of half the work for double the effect. Additionally, Black Dragon Empire can also consume my elixirs in large quantities. Yang Feng calculated in this mind. Black Dragon Empire was the name of Black Dragon Tower's sphere of influence. Unlike Warlock College Antalya and the Southern States Coalition, Black Dragon Tower had infiltrated each nook and cranny of the Black Dragon Empire. Inside Black Dragon Empire, over 70% of warlocks were under the control of Black Dragon Tower. With only some rogue cultivators with incomplete inheritances struggling to survive in the extremely barren mountains and wastelands of Black Dragon Empire. Half a month later, Black Dragon Empire's territory, an incomparably spacious primary road. Traveling along that road was an enormous caravan. The caravan's carriages were different from the many carriages in Tyrannid subcontinent. The caravan was composed of heavy-duty trucks. In the center of the several hundred heavy-duty trucks, there was an immense and luxurious recreational vehicle, RV. Inside that luxurious RV, Yang Feng was comfortably lying on Eunice's beautiful and slender legs. Judy was sitting beside him while very carefully massaging his legs. Shui was all smiles as she peeled matoas and then put them into his mouth. Eunice was holding a book about the Black Dragon Empire's local conditions and customs and read it softly out loud. Bud wore a warrior's clothes and rode a demonic wildebeest. He commanded a cavalry of 100 people, proudly keeping the road ahead clear. Under the aid of large amounts of precious elixirs provided by Yang Feng, Bud had broken through and promoted to a level 1 Sky Knight a month ago, possessing battle prowess comparable to a level 1 warlock's. This made Bud even more loyal towards Yang Feng. The caravan ahead. Stop immediately and let us inspect. All of the sudden, a frigid voice came from the front. Sir, we've arrived at the Black Dragon City. Bud's respectful voice came from outside the RV. Yang Feng lazily stood up from Eunice's slender legs. The RV's door opened automatically, and he went outside. Not far away, A majestic giant city appeared before Yang Feng's eyes. Its city wall was 200 meters tall, with every brick being refined of black steel rocks. Profound and mysterious runes were engraved on it. The city wall stretched without end. Simultaneously, there were more than 300 Warlock towers atop the city wall. In front of the giant city's enormous gate stood a unit of warriors for the purpose of maintaining order. Those warriors were all of the knight rank. 2 knight rank experts wearing ordinary city guard uniforms obstructed Yang Feng and his delegation. Large amounts of people, waiting to enter the enormous city, stood around the city gate. They were looking in curiosity at the huge caravan. This huge caravan with Earth-style vehicles, it was the first time that they've seen something like this. However, Black Dragon City was the most prosperous city of Black Dragon Empire, as well as the headquarters of Black Dragon Tower. Magic chariots could be seen everywhere within Black Dragon City. Those magic chariots had some similarities with the heavy-duty trucks. Although the large RV surprised them somewhat, yet it wasn't something to fuss about. Yang Feng took out a token engraved with a black dragon, threw it towards a knight and said indifferently, "I'm associated with His Highness Reigns." The knight took a careful look at the token. His complexion changed slightly. He respectfully handed back the token and said, "Please come in." Reigns was the most beloved son of Anthony, the master of Black Dragon Tower. These knights were nothing more than ordinary warriors. They wouldn't dare make troubles for people associated with Reigns. The 2 knights promptly drove away those citizens who were waiting to enter the city, making a wide pathway that allowed Yang Feng and his entourage to enter the city. As soon as he entered Black Dragon City, Yang Feng saw bright and spacious streets appear before him. Those streets were bustling with activity, with people coming and going. There were also large amounts of sunlight trees growing there. Black magic chariots speeding along could be seen everywhere. A middle-aged man wearing the clothing of a housekeeper arrived before Yang Feng and his entourage. He said courteously, "Are you Sir Rex? I'm Maru, a servant of His Highness Reigns." Rex was the fake identity that Yang Feng had chosen. His outward appearance had also been changed. Under the control of nano-shapeshifting robots, his outward appearance had changed to that of a blonde and blue-eyed Westerner. Yang Feng gave a slight smile and said, "That's right. I'm Rex." Maru smiled slightly and said, "Please follow me." Yang Feng nodded slightly and followed behind Maru, walking towards the depths of Black Dragon City. Black Dragon City was divided into Inner District and Outer District. Inside the Inner District was where the high-level aristocrats and warlocks of Black Dragon Empire dwelt. Black Dragon Empire's Imperial Palace, as well as Black Dragon Tower's headquarters, were located in the Inner District of Black Dragon City. The Outer District was where some ordinary aristocrats and the citizens resided. Chapter 88. Coveting the Title of Emperor. Chapter 88. Coveting the Title of Emperor. Translator, Xuanhuan. Rex, my dear friend, I'm so happy to see you. In a luxurious palace, when Reigns saw Yang Feng, his face warped as if he had seen feces and had no choice but to continue eating. His laugh was oddly forthright as he welcomed Yang Feng. After Reigns was released by Yang Feng, it was unknown how many methods he thought of in order to expel those liquid nanorobots. But alas, all of them resulted in failure, resulting in Reigns being tormented until he nearly succumbed. Reigns had no choice but to obey Yang Feng's orders, but he still was unwilling to see Yang Feng. Yang Feng smiled slightly and said, "Reigns, I'm also very happy to see you. I'll stay here for a long time, therefore. It seems like I'll have to trouble you for a long time." Reigns' complexion crumpled at once. He felt like weeping but had no tears. Reigns turned around and with a gloomy complexion barked at the surrounding servants. "Listen well, you lot. Rex is a good friend of mine. In fact, he's my closest friend. His words are my words, his orders are my orders. Do you understand? If I find out that you secretly oppose him in any way and violate his orders, then I'll feed you lot to my beloved Locke." "Yes, master." The servants in Reigns' residence didn't know why the originally pedantic and self-serving master of theirs would issue such an order, but they all respectfully complied, not daring to be the slightest bit neglectful. Locke was the flying extraordinary life form venomous wyvern that had the battle prowess of a level 1 warlock. Those servants didn't want to be eaten alive by such a terrifying, extraordinary life form. I asked you to help me inquire about the West Extreme Cold Ice Phoenix art. Did you had any results? After dispersing all the servants, Yang Feng's hands embraced Eunice and Judy respectively. He sat pompously on the sofa made of the pelt of Arctic foxes and asked. Shui had an exceedingly good talent. She had already practiced cultivation until the pinnacle level 1 Warlock boundary. Merely, without the next part of the secret method, she was unable to break trough and promote to a level 2 Warlock. Of course, Yang Feng could also let Shui practice another secret method to break through the barrier separating her from promoting to a level 2 Warlock. However, Shui was fond of the West Extreme Cold Ice Phoenix art and she wished to promote to a level 2 Warlock with this method as her foundation. The West Extreme Cold Ice Phoenix art is classified as a high-level secret method. I've seen the section for level 1 Warlocks. However, sections for level 2 Warlocks or higher, as far as I know, only Ice Blue Maiden, a level 3 Warlock, as well as the Snow White Tower's Snow White Madam, a great Warlock, have them. This is the strongest secret method of Snow White Tower. Its status is similar to Black Dragon Tower's Black Dragon Morph. The section for level 1 Warlock is not a problem, but once there is a person practicing cultivation until level 2 Warlock with the West Extreme Cold Ice Phoenix art, then they would be chased and killed by Snow White Tower. Ice Blue Maiden at that time was also chased by Snow White Tower's Warlocks. Later, she had no choice but to seek protection from Savage Claw. That's the only reason why she survived. How about switching to another secret method? Rains saw as Yang Feng embraced Judy and the amorous Eunice, his eyes flashing with a touch of jealousy and envy as he carefully said, Snow White Tower? Yang Feng tapped lightly with his fingers. He was considering whether to mobilize his mechanical legion and directly topple Snow White Tower. After repeated consideration, Yang Feng still gave up on this alluring idea. Even though the mechanical Black Dragon had terrifying battle prowess comparable to great Warlocks, but a Warlock inside their lair could display battle prowess 1 level higher than usual, unless he could lure out Snow White Madam and kill her. Otherwise, even if Yang Feng's mechanical legion storming Snow White Tower was successful, it would be a wretched victory. Then, once other forces took the opportunity to attack Steel City, Yang Feng might not have the time to digest the spoils of war and would be forced to escape Tyrannid subcontinent. Yang Feng said, I must have the West Extreme Cold Ice Phoenix art. Do you know of a way? Rain said calmly, 3 days later, there will be a large-scale auction in Black Dragon City. Many treasures will be there on sale. The high-level secret method West Extreme Cold Ice Phoenix art was one of them. This secret method can be practiced until the Great Warlock rank. There will be many people contesting for it. With the magic stones in my possession, I'm almost certain that I won't be able to contend with them. A secret method that could be practiced until Great Warlock rank was incomparably precious. Even if only a specific group of people could practice it successfully, it would still lead to the contest among countless bigwigs. Even Tough Rains was doted upon by Anthony, the master of Black Dragon Tower, but his wealth simply couldn't compare to that of those old freaks that lived for several centuries. Would it be enough with these elixirs? Yang Feng waved his hand and boxes with elixirs flew out from inside the dimensional crest. New Envel chapters are published on freewebnovel.com. Blue Mirage Banshee Elixir. So many. Rains picked a vial, opened it and then smelled. His complexion suddenly changed greatly. He looked at those boxes full of vials of the Blue Mirage Banshee Elixir, simply not daring to believe his eyes. His voice trembled somewhat. A box had 100 vials of Blue Mirage Banshee Elixir. Each vial of Blue Mirage Banshee Elixir could go for at least 5,000 magic stones. A box of Blue Mirage Banshee Elixir would be worth at least 500,000 magic stones. There were 100 boxes Blue Mirage Banshee Elixir. They would be worth at least 50 million magic stones. If Rains put all of his assets on sale, he might not be able to obtain 50 million magic stones. Yang Feng said lightly, I still have Dragon Blood Elixir and Mermaid Tears Elixir. 100 boxes each. Dragon Blood Elixir and Mermaid Tears Elixir. 100 boxes each. When Rains heard that, he couldn't help but inhale a mouthful of cold air, looking at Yang Feng with eyes brimming with incredulity. Elixirs like Dragon Blood Elixir and Mermaid Tears Elixir. They were very precious within Black Dragon Tower. With Rain's status, only 1 vial of dragon blood elixir would be allocated to him every month. Mermaid Tears elixir, there was demand but no market. He could only request a warlock pharmacist from Black Dragon Tower to sell him some, but there was a limit and he couldn't even buy 3 vials each year. One could well imagine how precious those elixirs were. Every vial of dragon blood elixir and mermaid tears elixir could become a treasure of some small-scale auction. Yang Feng actually casually took out 100 boxes of each, endlessly shocking the experienced and knowledgeable Rains. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly and he said with a gentle smile, "After selling these elixirs, I'll give you 10%. Use that sum of magic stones to arm yourself and then seize the title of Emperor of Black Dragon Empire." Rains wasn't only Anthony's most beloved son, but also the 9th successor to the Black Dragon Empire. In theory, there was a chance of him inheriting the Black Dragon Empire. The highest authority in Black Dragon Empire was the Tower Master of Black Dragon Tower. However, the ones who had become Tower Masters of the Black Dragon Tower were basically all great Warlock rank experts. They immersed themselves in the pursuit of power and knowledge. They had little interest with regards to secular authority. The Tower Master of the Black Dragon Tower never showed himself. Therefore, the one with the title of Emperor of Black Dragon Empire was the highest authority in the Black Dragon Empire. Once Rains receives the title of the Emperor of Black Dragon Empire, then Yang Feng would feel like a fish in water when in the Black Dragon Empire with endless benefits. Chapter 89, Joining Black Dragon Tower. Chapter 89, Joining Black Dragon Tower. Translator, Xuanhuan. Rain's eyes flashed with a touch of an ambitious fervor and he said excitedly, "All right, originally, I had no hope of inheriting the title of Emperor of the Black Dragon Empire. However, now that Master is supporting me, then I'll duke it out with them." Rains asked, "By the way, Master, about these 3 types of elixirs, how many of them can you give me each month?" "Every month. I can provide you as many as I did just now." Rain's eyes first lit up, and then he said with a wry smile, "Flooding the market with so many elixirs at once will directly topple it. If we want to maintain the present price and obtain the highest profits, then we can only digest such quantities twice a year with the means at my disposal." Dragon blood elixir was incomparably precious, but it had only effects on level 1 warlocks and level 2 warlocks. Level 1 warlocks and level 2 warlocks could at most buy 2 bottles of it, to use at the critical time of tackling the bottleneck. Blue Mirage Banshee elixir and Mermaid Tears elixir, elixirs that could promote one's soul aptitude. There would only be some princeling warlocks or geniuses warlocks that could afford to use them. Yang Feng smiled slightly and said, "The means of payment can be more lax. Mines, gold, food, territory, scrap iron, scrap steel and all kinds of ore are acceptable. Exchanges among warlocks primarily relied on magic stones. Such things as mines, gold, food, and territory, ordinary warlocks didn't think highly of these." Rains revealed a trace of a smile as he spoke. "Like this, then I can digest such quantities 4 times a year." Eunice looked covetously at Yang Feng holding her in his arm, exhaled and said coquettishly, "I also have some channels in Southern States Coalition. Can you give me some shares?" Eunice was a very clever woman and she also had contacts in Southern States Coalition. She knew a lot of pharmaceutical merchants that sold elixirs. Blue Mirage Banshee elixir, Mermaid Tears elixir, and Dragon Blood elixir. There was demand but no supply. The market for those elixirs was excellent, they could be sold instantly. Yang Feng somewhat pamperedly patted Eunice's buttocks and said, "All right, how about 1 share per year? Like Rains, I'll give you 10% of the profits." Eunice kissed Yang Feng's cheek and said sweetly, "Thank you." Judy hesitated before pulling Yang Feng's clothes. She raised her head and looked at him lovely and pitifully. Judy has been properly educated by Xuanhuan, and her psyche became that of a pet. Although she had already promoted to a level 1 warlock, she didn't dare to compete with Eunice and Xuanhuan. But she also wanted to sell some elixirs and get some money for herself. Yang Feng pinched Judy's fiery body and said with a light laugh, "Be at ease, you'll also get a share. Master is the best. I like you the most." Judy at once pounced at while in Yang Feng's embrace, She kissed him enthusiastically, making a fuss as if a puppy. The succubus-like Xuanhuan was all smiles as she looked aloofly at this scene. This was the result of her proper education. Rain somewhat enviously glanced to the side. He pondered for a moment and asked, "Master, do you have Black Dragon's bloodline? I vaguely felt a bloodline resonance from your body." "That's right. I do have Black Dragon's bloodline." Rain said, "Then how about you joining Black Dragon Tower?" Black Dragon Tower is a warlock group with Black Dragon's bloodline at its core. The upper echelons of Black Dragon Tower, all of them are bloodline warlocks with Black Dragon's bloodline. You have Black Dragon's bloodline and are an official level 1 warlock. As long as you join Black Dragon Tower, then you'll receive the title of a Viscount as well as the corresponding territory. Joining the Black Dragon Tower? Yang Feng became slightly distracted, pondered for a moment, then said with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, "All right, I might as well join Black Dragon Tower." A Viscount would receive a territory the size of 500 kilometers in radius, while the sphere of influence of the current Steel City was merely more than 5,000 square kilometers. Yang Feng's sphere of influence wasn't even 1/10 of what a Viscount would receive, naturally making him very content. Although Yang Feng had joined Warlock College in Talia, but he didn't had any feelings of kinship with it. He didn't had any mental barriers by joining Black Dragon Tower. Additionally, if Yang Feng felt like he couldn't go on under Starlight Aldrich's persecution, then with the title of a Viscount, he could quickly make a comeback in Black Dragon Empire. A sly individual has more than one plan to fall back on. That was his reasoning. Rain smiled, clapped his hands, and 2 very beautiful and seductive female servants came in. "Then I'll take you tomorrow to get your bloodline tested, so have a good rest." Yang Feng gave a slight smile, stood up and followed behind the 2 maids that just came in. The next morning, after having a sumptuous breakfast, Rains brought him towards a luxurious side palace of Black Dragon Empire's Imperial Palace. A handsome young man received them. He first greeted Rains and then looked curiously at Yang Feng, all the while speaking, "Rains, your highness, you're early. This one is." Follow current novels on freewabove.com. Rains said, "This is Rex. He's a good friend that I've met on my travels. He possesses Black Dragon's bloodline. Under my advice, he agreed to join and become a member of Black Dragon Empire. Dachman, go and test his bloodline." "Yes, your highness." Dachman took a unique syringe, plunged it into Yang Feng's right arm, extracted approximately 10 milliliters of blood, and then poured it into a crystal bowl engraved with profound and mysterious runes. Once Yang Feng's blood dripped onto the crystal bowl, immediately, the image of a lifelike black dragon rose from it. Diffusing a terrifying dragon might, it faced upwards and issued a tremendous cry of a dragon. Such a strong dragon might. This is a superior concentration of Black Dragon's bloodline. No, it's a top-notch concentration of Black Dragon's bloodline. It turned out to be a top-notch concentration of Black Dragon's bloodline. After the Tower Master, this is the first person with top-notch Black Dragon's bloodline. Who is he to actually have a top-notch concentration of Black Dragon's bloodline? Everyone within the hall was alarmed. Formidable spirit force sweeping there. Top-notch concentration of Black Dragon's bloodline. Rex, you have the highest concentration of Black Dragon's bloodline. Dachman's eyes were full of shock and then full of passion. He said very frankly, "Rex, my 2 granddaughters are respectively 17 and 15 years old. They look very pretty. Tomorrow night, can you come to my house? I'm sure you'll have a marvelous time." Bloodline warlocks, in addition to secret methods, what mattered the most was the concentration of bloodline. Yang Feng was bloodline warlock with a top-notch concentration of Black Dragon's bloodline. It was what the Black Dragon bloodline families longed for day and night. Chapter 90, Shocking Bloodline. Chapter 90, Shocking Bloodline. Translator, Xuanhuan. Rains took a step forward and said somewhat displeased, "Dachman, quickly finish the formalities. By the way, help Rex choose a good fief." Dachman said with a smile, "Yes, your highness." 3 days later, after His Majesty confirms it, then all the formalities can be finished. As for the fief, I'll do my best and select a good one for Rex. Hey handsome, I'm called Risa. Do you want to go for a drink? I know a bar. The wine there is very good. Just as Yang Feng and Rains had completed the formalities, a beautiful woman with long blue hair, a seductive and well-developed figure, the height of 1.78 m, exuding a mature bearing from all over. While being all smiles, she immediately approached Yang Feng with a slight fragrance wafting from her. Risa, get lost. This handsome guy is a man that I fancy. If you don't want to be beaten up by me, then scram. A gorgeous woman with short blue hair, wearing black tight-fitting clothing, tall and seductive figure, and well-proportioned facial features. She cried out loudly as she approached overbearingly. When Risa saw the gorgeous woman wearing black tight-fitting clothing, the radiance in her eyes changed repeatedly. She finally clenched her teeth and stepped aside. She then pitifully cast flirtatious glances at Yang Feng. Once that seductive and gorgeous woman appeared domineeringly, several beautiful female level 1 warlocks could only stop in their tracks and cast flirtatious glances at Yang Feng. Risa is a level 1 warlock from a black dragon lizard bloodline family. Black dragon lizard is a subspecies born from the copulation of black dragons and black lizards. Adult black dragon lizards only reach the standard of a level 3 warlock. These people from the black dragon lizard bloodline families would be forever unable to promote to a great warlock as well as forever unable to exceed the experts with black dragon's bloodline. That's why they are the vassals of the black dragon bloodline warlocks. That's Latara. She's a level 1 warlock with black dragon's bloodline. She's one of the strongest women of the young generation. Rains was somewhat dismissive when talking about Risa, yet there was a trace of dignity when he talked about Latara. Latara arrived before Yang Feng, carefully sized him up, like a pervert would a female while trying to discern if she was beautiful. Read 8 chapters at fguyuyobinovel.com only. Previously, when Yang Feng had just crossed into the world of warlocks, he was merely an ordinary Earth's good-for-nothing. However, after implanting the bloodline of the ancient black dragon Vidarnia and promoting to a level 1 warlock, his temperament and appearance went through sky-shattering and earth-crumbling changes. He was already a rather handsome man even prior to those changes. After that, he used the nano-shape-shifting robots to change into Rex, an Occidental man with equally refined temperament and handsome appearance. After carefully sizing up Yang Feng, the corners of Latara's mouth rose slightly, and she gave an enthusiastic invitation. Hey, handsome. I'm called Latara. I fancy you. Let's go have a drink, my treat. Warlocks with black dragon's bloodline. Basically all males were handsome and all females were beautiful. If such a beautiful woman like Latara were to be put on Earth, then she'd definitely be a prom queen rank sensual beauty. This sensual beauty struck up a conversation with Yang Feng from her own accord, giving birth to a very novel feeling in his heart, readily agreeing to her request. All right, I'm called Rex. Rains coughed mildly and said, Cough, Latara. Tonight we'll have a party to celebrate a new member of us Black Dragon Bloodline Warlocks. We still need to carry out some preparations. You can chat again tonight, Latara softly scolded, then said to Yang Feng with a charming smile, So annoying. See you tonight, handsome. Rains then pulled Yang Feng and they quickly left the palace. After leaving the palace, Rains said, This woman Latara looks good, but in private, she's somewhat rotten. She has more than 20 boy toys. If you don't mind that, then she's actually quite a good fuck buddy. Yang Feng shrugged his shoulders and said, I lost the interest in her after listening to you. With Yang Feng's current status, what women couldn't he have? Speaking strictly of temperament and looks with regards to Eunice and Xuanhuan, Latara was eating their dust. Even Judy, with regards to Latara, she only lacked slightly in terms of the bearings of a mature woman. Rains said with a lewd smile, However, you don't need to be disappointed. With your concentration of bloodline, there will be countless beauties courting you tonight, longing to receive your life seeds. Yang Feng swept Rains with a somewhat strange glance and said, You have experience in this matter? Rains said very proudly, Of course, even tough my concentration of bloodline can't be compared to yours, but I still have an intermediate concentration of bloodline. Black dragon lizard, black dragon serpent, eagle wyvern, women from those vassal families, which one of them wouldn't desire to get my life seeds? Once we conceive a child, even if they don't have the noble black dragon's bloodline, they can still raise the concentrations of bloodline of those inferior bloodline warlock families. Following Rain's explanation, only then did Yang Feng begin to understand the importance of the concentration of bloodline for those bloodline warlocks families. To bloodline warlocks with an intermediate concentration of black dragon's bloodline, promoting to a level 2 warlock was simply a matter of course. Only when promoting to a level 3 warlock, only then would they run into some complications. If it was a bloodline warlock with a superior concentration of black dragon's bloodline, promoting to a level 3 warlock would only be a matter of time. Only when promoting to a great warlock, only then would they run into great difficulties. Bloodline warlocks with a top-notch concentration of black dragon's bloodline, promoting to a level 3 warlock would come without any difficulties, and they still would have a chance of at least 30% of promoting to a great warlock. If it were to be a bloodline warlock with an inferior concentration of black dragon's bloodline, then only promoting to a level 1 warlock could be guaranteed. Then when promoting to a level 2 warlock and higher, would they run into a bottleneck. While bloodline warlocks with an even lesser concentration of black dragon's bloodline, promoting to an official warlock would be extremely difficult, their success rate was around 30%, comparable to that of ordinary warlocks. For bloodline warlocks, the higher the concentration of their bloodline, the higher the concentration of bloodline of their descendants would be. The children conceived by bloodline warlocks with top-notch concentration of black dragon's bloodline would at least be bloodline warlocks with intermediate concentration of black dragon's bloodline or even bloodline warlocks with superior concentration of black dragon's bloodline. Bloodline warlocks with black dragon's bloodline and bloodline warlocks with black dragon lizard or black dragon serpent bloodlines. That is, bloodlines that have a tight kinship with black dragon's bloodline. The offsprings that they would jointly conceive might be noble black dragon bloodline warlocks. But even if they don't conceive a black dragon bloodline warlock, but the conceived bloodline warlocks would still definitely have relatively high concentrations of their respective bloodlines. The power of bloodline was the source of bloodline warlock strength as well as the inheritance and foundation of bloodline warlocks. In order to preserve the power of bloodline, many of those bloodline warlock families very often intermarry. Nevertheless, the concentrations of bloodline warlocks still continue to dwindle with each generation. In order to obtain formidable bloodlines, bloodline warlock families wouldn't spare any costs. Black dragon lizard, black dragon serpent, and eagle wyvern, one of the most important reasons why those bloodline warlocks families would attach themselves to the black dragon empire was the life seeds of the black dragon bloodline warlocks, ensuring that the concentrations of bloodline of those families won't dwindle too much and they be eliminated from the world of warlocks. We've reached the end of today's episode. Thank you for traversing the boundless landscapes of fantasy with us. If today's story has sparked joy within you, please remember to hit the like button, share our journey with others, and subscribe to Lord of the Stories for an ever-expanding collection of mystical escapades. Until we meet again to turn the page to a new adventure, hold the tales dear in your heart, and let the embers of magic warmly glow in your spirit. Farewell, intrepid explorers of the narrative unknown.